Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It is Saturday night. I hope you're all doing well. Last Dance, thanks for being here. RW, good to see you, man. Have a feeling it might be a little bit of a slow pub tonight, but sometimes I think that's going to happen, and then it's a crazy pub, so. Sound is 5 times 5. Or possibly 5 out of 5. Sound is not good. Sound is perfect. Cool. I checked it ahead of time, so. Damn son of a bitch. Gotta do that. We'll have a good pub tonight. A lot of things to talk about. Any subject anybody wants to cover, we can always jump right into. But I'm going to go ahead and get this guy on if he's ready. Good? All right. How you doing?
All right. Happy Saturday. I hear an echo. Could that be me?
I don't hear it.
Okay. No, I don't hear it. Yeah, it looks like you're going to get a big storm.
Yeah, it sucks. Not excited, but it's normal. I mean, for New England, so whatever. 18 to 24 inches. That's a big storm for sure.
Yeah. We're told we're going to get 3 to 6 inches, but I believe we will get less. But even 3 to 6 is not so bad.
3 to 6 ain't bad. With the warm temperatures, yours will be that'll be melted, I would think, in a couple of days for you, or even less.
I think so, yes.
So, it's just bad timing. I have to work, and the issue with the generator and trying to have wife possibly have to start it while I'm at work is not ideal because it's a pull start, and those aren't easy. There takes a lot of shoulder strength, kind of, to really rip those things up. So, I don't know. Whatever. We'll just figure it out.
Do you start it before there's a power issue, or do you just wait till something happens?
We wait till there's a power issue, but that thought did cross my mind. Possibly just starting it and leaving it like rumbling in the driveway, and then leave. And
right, because it costs you gas and maybe a little life off the generator because but
not the end
of the world. Hand, yeah,
right. So in the end, I might just end up doing that. I think they're okay to run without powering anything. I mean, all it is a magneto, right? It's a spinning copper coil surrounded by magnets or something like that.
I assume it's something like that, yeah.
So
I'm not positive.
I know when multiple things start at the same time, you can hear it, really bearing down, like the engine whines harder, like it's trying harder.
Yep.
But I don't think it's like a water pump that if you run a water pump dry, you can break the pump pretty quickly. It overheats, break the impeller, whatever. I think with the generator, it can just run sort of idly because it's just a gas engine. So that's probably what I'll do in the end. That makes the most sense because they're saying sustained 50-plus mile-an-hour winds. So.
Well, that plus heavy snow is that means down trees and limbs are going to knock out wires everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. So, whatever. We'll deal with it. David Lip, there he is.
All right.
And Eastwind. And our RW, cool. It's just Steve-O's here. Awesome. What did RW say? He's going to be a little late?
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll be here, though.
Does he mean the family's watching the pub?
That's what he said. I didn't quite I didn't quite understand what that meant, but
That's all right.
yeah.
What are you thinking about Iran? Do you think anything's going to happen?
I have no idea. I have been saying I don't think so. I think Trump is bluffing, uh, and I still do, but I don't have a lot of confidence in my assessment that he's bluffing.
So you think this would be a gargantuan waste of resources, just lining up everything over there for a bluff?
Well, if he got his way, it wouldn't be a gargantuan waste of resources. It would be a real achievement. But it's obvious that Iran thinks he's bluffing too, because they've sort of already gone into overtime. And but we'll see.
And
I
Nine-ish
thought,
days.
I thought we already destroyed their nuclear capability. Even though I said I doubted it, and now they're apparently going to destroy it again. Not even a year later, or I don't know when the bombing was.
You think that you think that possibly they got intel that's showing there's some real significant development of more nuclear stuff?
I mean, my opinion, I was kind of a conspiracy theorist on the bombing. I thought that it was all a show, that they didn't really do much damage, and everybody agreed. The U.S. and Iran and they agreed to pretend that the bombing was effective.
You think Iran agreed to that?
Yeah, of course, because if they say it didn't work, then Trump is obligated to bomb them again. So it's kind of, at least in their short-term interest, to sort of not say much. Not I won't say they confirmed it was successful. I would just say they didn't deny it too vociferously.
Right. And so the result that Trump is looking for is some sort of an agreement, which is nothing really in my mind, because there's a bunch of lying fuckers over there anyways. So
I agree with you 100%.
anything they say,
they'll agree to almost anything.
right?
They aren't going to comply because because they are rational. It's a rational country, and having a nuclear weapon is a great power. It increases your power greatly. So who doesn't want a nuclear weapon? People say they don't want a nuclear weapon, but if you're a small country, you need it.
So over in the region there, who has them?
Israel.
Does Saudi?
Saudi does not, but there have been rumors that they have a deal with Pakistan, that if Iran acquires a Shiite nuclear bomb, then Pakistan will supply Saudi with a Sunni atomic bomb, because the Pakistanis know how to make them.
So Pakistan has them,
Yes.
and India,
And India.
right? And just Israel is of the other countries in the region, so to speak, are the
Yep.
only three.
Yep.
I mean, I see Iran as more of a, I don't know, unstable place that I feel like should not have nuclear weapons. I think that that's a logical mindset for the rest of the world, to not want them to.
Well, I would rather they didn't. But I don't see them as particularly unstable.
Okay.
There is an apocalyptic kind of streak in Iranian, in their in their Sharia, in their Islamic government,
Sure.
and that's concerning with nuclear weapons. But there's also been a much stronger practical streak. So, I definitely believe that they would not do anything with nuclear weapons if it meant they would be destroyed in return. So, um, it's important to make it clear to them because it's part of their foreign policy to use terrorist groups to do their bidding.
Of
It would
course.
be good to make it clear to them that if a terrorist group, explodes a nuclear weapon, uh, then we're going to destroy them, as if they did it, because we will know if it was one of their groups,
Like a Hezbollah type group.
like a Hezbollah type. But even then they use, like, for example, when remember when Navy diver Robert Steedham was murdered when his plane was hijacked and flew into Lebanon. The group that claimed responsibility was it was some unheard of group, Islamic Jihad, but it was really it was Hezbollah,
Hmm.
and they'll pretend to use a different name to try and escape responsibility.
Sure.
So I mean, as long as we make it clear that none of those tricks will work, that we will attribute it not to Islamic Jihad, not to Hezbollah, but to Iran, and that should a nuclear weapon attack the U.S., perhaps NATO, at this point, then this will be assumed to be an attack by Iran.
Right. I mean, theoretically, the biggest concern must be coming from Israel.
Yes. Well, then let them fucking take care of it.
They just don't have the capability we have, and yet
They
for
don't have the
some,
manpower, but
yeah,
they have a lot of they fly F-35s. We gave them a lot of F-35, so they have the aircraft that can enter Iran, and they have nuclear weapons, so they can draw their own lines in the sand and enforce them.
right. Then I suppose it begs the question: why are we so heavily involved? Is it
I'm not really sure why. You and I and nobody else has sort of the intelligence that the government has. I think you and I are both a little skeptical that this is really needed, but I'll admit that I don't know what the president knows about the situation. So,
Yeah, I don't think it's needed. I don't know. I don't like Iran. I think they're probably pretty terrible to their own citizens. They desire to keep their citizens from basically any freedom, and that I think that's a horrible thing.
yeah,
But it's not a perfect world, and it's not like we can go around attacking everybody who's an asshole. Some people
exactly.
would look at us and say we're assholes. We deserve to be attacked.
Yeah, I
But
mean, that's true. I don't think for me, that's not a very strong motivator either way.
mhm.
But you're right. It's not a perfect world. We're not going to make it perfect all over the world. And I'm not sure that fixing Iran, is such a big improvement over leaving them the way they are.
Yeah, with the results we've had or that have taken place with some of the other overthrown regimes recently, we can look at them and say, hasn't turned out well yet, ever.
Except Grenada, right? That worked out well.
I mean, yeah, that was small and somewhat. Yeah, I mean, what was that? 40 over 40 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think it was over 40.
Unbelievable. Who do we have? We got 2 people. All right, rock and roll. You ready,
Okay.
dude? He looks ready.
He's ready.
Howdy.
Dub. Riddle, are you there, Riddle?
I am. How are
Hello.
you?
All right. Good evening.
Check.
This guy.
We got a feedback. Check.
Yeah,
hear
that's
it.
me.
don't
I got
hear
some cheap. I'll be back now.
All right. Lee. Leo. What up? Iranians that will let down.
I think he's
Iranians
saying,
that will let down.
I think he's saying that we are letting them down because Trump promised them that they would be taken care of, protected.
Grok is saying the proposed deal appears to focus on renegotiating terms similar to a stricter than the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which Trump withdrew from during his first term, aiming to curb Iran's uranium enrichment, ballistic missile development, and regional proxy activities. My gut feeling on this one is that it's not so much that they have a whole bunch of stuff left over, but they have the will to continue to create these technologies. And the United States is basically telling them, no.
Well, if it's that easy, if it's as easy as it was to destroy their, uranium, their nuclear development activities, then why should we care? We'll just destroy it again. It was pretty easy. We just flew, one sortie of, 20 B-2s or however many there are, and supposedly that was it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, this-
Bullying tactics, power tactics, optics.
Your assumption was that the Trump administration is bluffing about the damage that they caused, right?
No, that they're bluffing that they're going to go to war with Iran if Iran doesn't, reach an agreement with the U.S.
Yeah. But I'm referring to what you had mentioned before about
Yeah,
the damage
that's
that Trump
separate.
administration.
That's a separate thing, and yeah,
Yes.
I do strongly suspect that there was more theater than an actual devastating military strike.
Should be. Let me mute and let's test it.
Check, 1, 2, check.
I don't hear
No,
anything.
it's feeding back. I hear it feeding back.
What do you mean? Like an echo?
Yeah, it's like echo when I talk.
In the past, it's been me.
Does everybody have echo cancellation on? Can you see that from your end, Steve?
Should be for me. Yeah.
Well, I'll just check my settings. Audio,
Yeah. Got it
echo
on.
cancellation, and reduce mic background noise.
Did that
Check.
help at all?
Check.
That-
That's
that-
it.
That's quieter.
Did. Yeah. What was that?
It was Smoke Steve has put on his echo or reduce mic background noise.
Right. Because I probably played guitar when I finished last week and didn't readjust the settings or something.
Yeah.
But I wasn't
And-
hearing it really. Which
I thought that was
guess-
a fan or something in the background.
It's a furnace, yeah.
that,
Is it-
and I have a fan cooling plate under this thing.
Oh, okay. It was just amplified the sound of it.
Gotcha.
So 2 of us don't hear an echo, and also just Steve-O in the chat doesn't hear an echo. So
Okay.
I don't know what the echo is all about.
It's gone now for me.
All right. It was probably me
Yeah.
or my settings. And these headphones don't have a back, so there's like a speaker. I don't know how it works, but they're audible. Like there's a little sound that comes out of them. I don't know why that is, but it's better for like mixing music. But anyways, whatever.
It makes sense that if the sound can actually escape, it doesn't give it a muffled. You give it more true sound. I don't know.
Exactly. It's not like bouncing around in there.
Yeah, but before we get into it, I just want to ask how's everyone doing?
Shitty.
I'm doing
No.
okay.
Really? What's wrong?
I got some health problems going on. I'm just trying to deal with it.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, man.
Me too. Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, dude. That's tough.
We're all still alive. Yay!
There you go. To be
All right, that's my
alive.
optimism for the night.
Is there anything like? Is it? I don't want to get too personal, but it's like, is it anything you're okay to discuss, or is it just?
I need to find out what's going on officially. I'm trying to get the doctors to actually book me in for visits, and I'll try again next week to see if they're going to actually try to book me in. So that's where I'm at currently.
I see. So you're trying to figure it out, diagnose it first, and go from there.
I'm moving on to the third diagnose attempt with different technologies.
Got it.
What's you don't have to tell, but like what's happening?
I don't.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
don't.
Okay. All right. I got you. No worries. All right.
Well,
sorry
good
about
luck
that,
with
man.
it, my friend.
Cheers, man.
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me loud and clear now, or am I not good?
You're good.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
What's up, base
Yeah,
Tower?
Yeah, I'm fine. Cheers, mate. Yeah, it was your background I was hearing. It was, Steve.
Okay.
That's what I was hearing. Like it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
that's
Lee here pointing out that Starmer says he won't let the U.S. land planes in the U.K. For staging for any missions.
I mean, if you think about his comment, the United States is very Muslim friendly here. Like, there was an outcry from New York City because a whole bunch of Muslims prayed outside and got permits and shut down a street, and there's all this virtue signaling outcry, in my opinion, of this is a Christian nation, and it's just like, actually, it's not a Christian nation, but
It's a Muslim nation.
we do allow religious freedom.
Mhm.
So, but on that front, if we have all of these Muslims in our own nation, what happens when we start smashing their
Okay,
homeland?
I heard an argument about this. You are a Christian nation. Your amendments were set up with a Christian belief system on it. And when you swore on the Bible to sign in, you swore on the Bible 30, 40 years ago. And you've done that for like 200 odd years. It was only very recently that you started swearing on Quran and Torah and other shit.
Based off of the wording, to my understanding, because of religious freedom, we don't have an actual religion as our official religion.
Yeah. I'm happy with that. But like your whole ethos, everything about you is basically is Christian beliefs and ethics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our
you're-
founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, they don't have a mention of Christ in them.
Yeah, we also, which is funny to mention. I just want to put this out there that we also didn't have an official language until last year. So, I mean, you're right though, Welshman. Like we were established as that, and we were established as an English-speaking nation, but it wasn't officially designated. So our laws are not perfect. Like the way we do things here are not perfect. So I would
Riddle, you say we were established as a Christian nation. Justify that.
Oh, well, in the beginning, like as like Puritans and like, how far? What do you mean? What do
Well,
you mean? Just
we became a nation in 1776. So
yeah. Oh, okay.
But
Yeah. So what do you mean? What do you mean? Justify that? What are you asking me?
well, you said we were established as a Christian nation.
you have
I'm
national
saying-
holidays. You recognize Christian holidays, don't you? Because they're national holidays.
Yeah.
Only one.
Well, you have Easter Sunday, don't you?
No.
Well, is it fair to say that those are rebranded pagan holidays, or no? Is that cheating?
Well, that's not national, is it? It's anything to do with the nation, is it?
Well,
I mean,
Christmas.
you've got
Well,
churches going.
it's not fair to say, but you can say that.
Okay, I'm going to say that unfairly then.
You can say that. It's fine. I mean, do you think it's fair to say?
I think that it's just for them to be Christian holidays. I just think if you look at origins of them, they are rebranded. Ishtar, Easter, they're
Even
traditionally
atheists,
far before.
even atheists celebrate Christmas,
Yeah, but pagan. Okay.
Christian holidays.
Christmas is the only federal holiday that is has a religious background.
Yeah, and you've done that since basically you started, haven't you? You recognised it, whether it was a national holiday or not. You've recognised it as a nation.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean,
recognized.
indivisible, under God, like it is mentioned in the Pledge of Allegiance, but that's just God. In Last Dance, you said it's not in the Constitution.
Correct. There's no mention of Christ in the Constitution.
Is there a
Or
mention
the-
of God?
I don't believe there's a mention of God. There is references to the Creator
Hmm.
in
I would say that's even more
Declaration
direct.
of Independence. Yes.
What about the
Declaration of
aspects of
Independence.
Judeo-Christian morals and values? The laws being established from.
Well, there. I mean, in that sense, there's no doubt that this is a Christian country and always has been.
Yeah.
It's a Christian English country because that
European.
was the majority. That's where the
Settlers.
kind of legal and ethical frameworks came from, and those are the strongest influences.
Do you guys
So we've
believe that?
We've
Go ahead,
answered
sorry.
your question, haven't we? Sorry, mate. We've answered your question then, Last Dance. It is based off Christian ethics and
Yeah.
beliefs.
Is that the justification you're looking for, or?
Well, I guess I always people take that statement. It's a Christian country, and they run with it to deny rights to other.
No one's
other
Yeah, you're right. You're right about
Other
that.
religions.
But we're not. But
So
we're not
I-
doing. We're not doing that now. At least we're not personally right here doing that now.
Yeah.
If you're implying that other people are in the government, which ones are they?
there,
or in Africa or in Asia.
there's
Yeah.
very definitely. I would say this is a Christian nation with a very strong streak of secularism that was baked in by our founders. That's the way they wanted it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Brandon's going to go after traditions for the sun god and Ashtoreth, which is kind of welcome to the party, Brandon.
Yes.
Do you guys think that there's any actual fear of Muslims taking over the United States, or with their religious freedom, they're going to enjoy their religion here, but because of federal and state law, if they step out of line, they're going to have some problems?
Well, I mean, if you just look at history and the last 1400 years, you'll find out wherever Islam goes, they tend to try and conquer it.
Yeah,
and
I think if you allow it, if you let it go, it will eventually over time. Are you okay, Dance?
Yeah, my neck hurts. It'll feel
Well-
better probably before the.
Were you
Too
arguing with people on X too much today, Last Dance?
No. I just have
Feeling tense?
I have a chronic condition that sometimes bothers me.
Damn,
Oh, man.
not good.
We're all dying here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
damn. That
Or-
please don't. Like I actually like talking to you guys. Don't dumb, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
suck.
Like Dearborn, Michigan. I mentioned Dearborn, Michigan only a couple of years ago, I believe, and a couple of the panel didn't really recognize what I was saying. And you all know Dearborn, Michigan now, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just finish it off. And they've taken over the joint. They've taken over areas
Yeah.
down there, completely taken over. And that's all Muslim based, whether it's from Africa or Asia or the Middle East. Doesn't really matter. And you can see this in Europe as well. I mean, how can they take over tourist attraction areas completely? It used to be kept away from tourist attractions. Now it's just allowed. It's just ridiculous. And it needs a really firm hand, and unless you as a nation get hold of it, and you need a couple of years of very, very, very sensible migration into the country.
Yeah, I'm
You're
not sure
gonna-
what you mean by taking over. They live there. It's true that they're a majority.
Yeah, I can explain. Okay, for
Muslim.
example, okay, so by taking over, I think, I'm sorry, Welsh, if you don't mind, is that okay to? I do
Yeah.
have an example or two. Dearborn,
Mhm.
Michigan, Muslim. What taking over is the majority of that population, the ethnicity, and the culture and the religion. Right, taking over means like it used to be this, now it's taken over by that.
Yeah.
It's replaced as a majority of population. That's taken over, right? Pretty simple, right? Dance. Am I doing this again? The whole right thing, but that's what it is. That's what it means, right? So,
I mean, they're
Dearborn,
just
Michigan, but London has the same problem with the white population. Now
Greater London.
it's 30%.
Greater London, yeah, it's 38%.
38%.
And they describe themselves as white British.
Yeah,
So-
and so it's that's the takeover. Now, maybe you don't like the terminology, but that kind of is what it is, especially if it's by a culture, which is Islam, that is about taking over. I mean, it's literally
It's what
called
they do.
submission.
It's what they do. Yeah.
So, like,
Isn't
yeah,
it?
they don't. Yeah, and so also I've been hearing from a lot of news from the UK, from what I've been hearing, which it's just hard to ignore because it's so bad. That there's been about what 3,000 prosecutions, or not prosecutions, but cases of what honor killings, whatever they do in their religion, like a bunch of crimes basically that would violate British law, but it would, it's not being enforced or it's being
Yeah.
basically protected because they're Muslims.
I guarantee that the UK will enforce honor killings. They won't.
Oh, yeah?
get away with that.
Yeah. There's regular arrests for
What
it.
about the rapes, and what about the forced marriages? What about all the other crimes that are against British law that are being protected by the Muslim culture because it's a religion within the UK?
This is a classic two-tier system. This example here. So female, what's it called?
Genital
Something
mutilation,
Genital mutilation.
FGM.
Right. We've had that on the books as a charge for over 20 years, and I think it was 21 years before their first conviction for female. And we know, for example, in Somalia, like 90% of the women have faced that over there. So to bring that culture over here is ridiculous, and we know it goes on. What normally goes on, it does happen over here, but sometimes they fly them back to homeland, get it done out there, and then fly them back, and then the NHS picks up the bits and pieces, because obviously generally there's a lot of problems with infections and stuff. So there was one conviction, I think it was 21 years after the act had come through. It's just crazy. They just won't investigate it.
Heather has joined the chat. This is Schlim Schlam. She's
Your Heather?
been joining us for the
There
last
she is.
few weeks.
Hello, Heather.
Hi,
She
everybody.
came just in time for the female genital mutilation.
Oh, wow. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather.
Cheers.
Wait, was it the same Heather as that likes Bad Bunny?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. What? I thought it was. Well, I didn't know you were a family of RW.
She wasn't until she said she liked Bad Bunny. Then
Yeah.
RW adopted her.
Oh,
Don't we
hi,
look just
welcome.
the same?
Yeah, I got all the good genetics with the hair and stuff. She just got like leftovers, even though she was born first.
Welcome. Glad
Thank
to have you. Glad to have you. Very cool. What did we finish off with there prior to the last subject? Oh, it was the influx of migrants to different areas, right? So,
Yeah, what they do, they congregate in certain areas in the sense that obviously it's better in numbers than if the faces you
Well,
tend, it's an in-group preference is what I'm saying, and what they'll do, they'll just go into any area wherever that may be, and then they'll start literally just by buying as many properties in the area as they can. I don't blame them. I understand why England preference. That's that makes perfect sense. But there's going to be casualties to that, and sadly, white flight is a real thing.
Do you think that New York City is in a special situation currently with Mamdani being Muslim himself? Do you think that we will see any favoritism because of that, or will he show indifference, separate himself from his religion?
I think we already have. I've seen loads of praying in streets again, and I think that should be illegal.
Why should that be illegal?
Well, it's really simple, really, because there's multiple shots of on the street praying where they've actually taken the road, the pavement, and everything, and no one can get through. No one.
But if they're allowed to get permits for this legally, are you saying they shouldn't be allowed to get state permits for religious acts?
Yes, in public. No.
So Christians as well should not be able to have parades or anything like that?
Look, if you're all going to line up in the street in rows of like 20, 30 people taking up pavement and road at the same time and just being a complete fucking pain in the ass to any sort of normal traffic, whether it's on foot, whether it's on bike, and whether it's in car, right? Then no. They want to do it in a park. They can get permissions for it in the park. But it's not to be done daily or weekly. And this is the problem with the Muslim playing. They'll pray.
I would agree with you if it was all the time, but if it's a permit for one.
How many times do you see a Muslim praying on a plane? I've seen about 3 in the last 5 years where a Muslim prays on a plane and then gets violent because they tell him to get up and stop praying in the middle of the corridor. I've seen it now like 3 times in 5 years.
Ask the pilot to point the plane east, or how does that work?
What's that?
Does he ask the pilot to point the plane east for a few minutes, or I'm not sure how that works?
Well, yeah. I mean, where's north at that point?
How does he know where Mecca is to face it?
I'm sure they have phone apps for that now.
I'm sure he gets to make a best effort. Is what is the way.
Well, if I'm the pilot, I'll take a detour and make it hard for him.
I mean,
well, so I think the U.S. law, states that you cannot discriminate against a religion. So if you have a law that's neutral, like you can't block the street except by permit, then you got to get a permit, whether you're a Muslim or the Constitution Club or whatever.
The Thanksgiving Day parade, everything,
exactly.
Different fucking thing has to get a permit. That's part of the deal.
Yeah, it's just about keeping the law equal, and as far as I'm concerned, if for example someone wants to pray, on their own or something, I still think it's really rude and outrageous. I do, but if you want to go out the way, like in a park or out the way, then that's fair enough. If you want to do it on your own or in two.
Are you dealing with any similar large events like this where they're getting permits from your councils
Well, it's funny. Like in India or in Pakistan, they don't put up with it. If you see on the street praying in Pakistan, they get beat with big bats.
Huh.
I've seen it multiple times.
We haven't passed that legislation here yet,
and that's a Muslim country.
I'll tell you, New York City's in big trouble with their finances, and people want to immediately say, thanks, Mamdani, but their money issues have preceded him, and
that is true.
They have serious budget shortfalls that they have to make up with. Of course, what he's saying is high yield, earner tax. But that just means
a rich tax.
You know who's smart? The state of New Jersey, because they're trying to make it look really nice over there for rich people to hop over from New York City on a short commute and save money.
No house tax over here, fellas.
It's where
we're talking this
all the
could
Californians are going. They're going to New Jersey.
This could be millions of dollars in savings for people who work, high end people at State Street or whatever,
Well,
So
they could fly in by helicopter, couldn't they? Even the rich ones, they could fly in
Yeah.
every day, and it'll still be
I'm
cheaper.
pretty sure they
They
get an
wouldn't.
exit tax though, guys. I'm pretty sure that to leave New York, there's a exit tax
there might be.
On what?
on
But if-
them leaving, them taking the residency outside of New York.
Yeah, but you know what that does? If that's the case, that just makes you never go back, ever.
Oh, hi, girl party.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Sarita? Oh yeah, we're getting. Oh my god, too many women. Oh my god. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god. Oh my
Oh my
god.
god. Oh my god.
Goosebumps.
I'm getting scared
guys-
now.
Last Dance made a comment about you can't discriminate in the United States. Did you see that Chuck Schumer is trying to pass legislation to allow the pride flag to have the same protection as the United States flag?
Yeah, I saw that.
Well,
I did-
there is no protection for the U.S. flag, so
What is
there
the
can
right
be no
wording?
protection for the pride flag.
You know what? That's a good point, Dance. That's a good point. I think it's a virtue signal law that he's trying to pass, to be honest. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Granting
yeah, I
the
did see
same
that.
federal protections as the U.S. flag. So you're saying the U.S. flag has zero federal protections?
I mean,
People burn it all the time without repercussion.
yeah, I mean, there are laws. Many of those laws, or some of those laws, really don't pass constitutional muster.
Are you
Um,
saying that you're okay if they move forward with legislating the pride flag to be on the same level?
No, I don't. Not because I think two unconstitutional laws aren't better than one unconstitutional law.
It's a political movement. Political movement. It's basically that's exactly what it is, and you shouldn't get involved in any of that. As far as I'm concerned, it's good to wipe your ass with or something like that. I mean, it has no meaning. Yeah, should have no meaning. It's not a national flag. The government shouldn't get involved in it.
I doubt that the law would ever have a chance of passing, even if the Democrats controlled Congress. It's
You can
just
still. I'm sorry.
virtue
Dan.
signaling. Go on.
No, I was going to say like there is a yeah. It says right here that there's no real penalty for it. It's protected under the First Amendment. So
Yeah.
I would be okay with it because that way you can burn the pride flag as well.
Well, I'll tell you, if that law ever were to pass,
That's what it
I
says
would
right
go
here.
right out, buy a bunch of pride flags and burn them in the most conspicuous spot I could legally do so.
Like on the gay crosswalks, right on them.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, burning out rubber on it.
On the
No,
rainbow
That's
flag
not okay.
street.
You can't burn rubber. You can just burn flags.
Oh man, that's dang. Is it because the tires are too expensive?
Well, that's my personal feeling towards it. But
All right. No, I'm just
so
making jokes, but yeah.
where is this supposedly going to happen with pride flags? I haven't heard this.
I'll drop in the back chat.
Is it a
Yeah.
particular state?
Yeah, Schumer wanted to. He is
New
a
York.
virtue signal, but yeah.
Some
you
European
not burn a pride
people, they got hold of
Can
a
you
pride flag.
not burn a pride flag? I don't think that's an issue. You can burn a pride flag anywhere you want.
Well, they got arrested, I believe. But what
That's
they
for
did, they burnt,
Brandon.
What's up,
yeah, they
African?
burnt, they burnt this pride flag. It was shaped really long, and they managed to get it at the end. I think they gave it a tear. And it ripped all the way up. It was like 50 foot. It was huge. It was just weirdly shaped, and they just shredded it.
Right. PA.
Hmm.
I didn't see people speaking in tongues in front of the White House. That would have been entertaining for me.
Speaking in tongues.
Yeah, Smoke Wife was mentioning that event.
Do you
I'm not
remember when they had the pride flags outside the White House? They had these
Well,
influencers.
The
That'd
tongue
be
talking.
like-
in front of the White
Welcome.
House. Welcome, plastic African.
What the hell is she talking about? I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Can she specify?
You have mod rights. Drop them links, yo. Abuse your powers.
Do
Ding
it. This is the proper abuse to abuse.
them.
In any case,
Okay, the viral video of a group of Christians praying and speaking in tongues outside the White House sparked a range of reactions and discussions.
But that's
Whoa,
a group that's choosing to do whatever they want on public property.
it was a group of Christians speaking in tongues. Really? That's
The
not.
event hosted
Yeah,
by
because
the.
that's what Christians do. That's for sure.
Pentecostals love it.
Did they have rattlesnakes? Ooh.
I don't know, man.
Nothing
Know
makes
what
you meet Jesus faster than getting bitten by rattlesnakes. I'll give you that.
to
I guess
Yeah,
that just
it's
means that
fair.
he.
All right, let's see what this is.
Here's the video.
No, that's a pride flag thing.
Oh, good.
Man.
I never get video.
Oh man, sorry, RW. I didn't even see this in the back. Did the person who burned the pride flag burn his own pride that he paid for? Or did they burn someone else's property? Christians do speak in tongues.
There's a difference in belief on what that means. Some believe that you speak special language, and other believe that the Spirit gives you the ability to speak in languages that you don't know yourself, but are actual languages.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for anybody else, but personally,
I'll do it for
I've
you,
been
buddy.
around Christians. Okay.
I have never spoken tongues.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't think anybody that I know that's a Christian or Christian oriented has speaking tongues, dude. Like, I don't know if they are, then they're delusional.
It's a very
Obviously.
much a Pentecostal thing. It's a specific denomination.
What's
All
the?
What's the denomination?
I was going to ask, what's the scriptural basis for
Oh,
speaking in tongues?
I couldn't tell you where this is in the Bible, but
It's
I
in Acts.
remember. I remember that if there's someone speaking in tongues, the point is that there also has to be someone to interpret it, and it's not just supposed to be this mass chaotic thing happening.
It's the ability to understand somebody that you don't speak their language. It's the medium of the Spirit. So people take the scripture in Acts. I'm not sure exactly where. It's in the beginning of Acts when the Holy Spirit pours out like tongues of fire on
Pentecost.
on Pentecost. That's why they're Pentecostal. They believe that the speaking in tongues is just, it's more, to me, it's a demonic blah blahing. I don't.
yeah. It sounds. I wouldn't be inclined to agree with you on that interpretation. That it sounds like demonic, right? Like, it just sounds like
All right.
bullshit to me.
Here's the women. They're not
It's
speaking in
BRW.
tongues. They're speaking in garbage, but not
Yeah.
in tongues.
It's speaking in BS.
Here we go. We'll just do a couple seconds.
Oh.
That America will come back to God. We will come back to God. Nothing will stop this nation. And we speak right now by the authority of heaven. You told us.
The authority of heaven.
Well, that's not speaking in tongues.
Yeah, that's not son. That's just being a religious zealot, if anything.
I mean, it's speaking nonsense. She's not making any sense, and the morons in front of her are like nodding.
Well,
The one black guy
I
was
mean,
shaking his
it's
head
not
no.
that. It's not that bad. It's like I didn't think
it's
that's
kind of stream of consciousness, which is a valid form of expression.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, I didn't see anything really that bad with it. What's the problem with
Well,
it?
it's not bad. I think it's more comical.
It's cringy. It's cringy,
cringy.
but like, yeah, I don't. But other than that, that's about it.
I didn't
It's
see
not.
that.
It's not a very effective way to win converts to either your beliefs, religious or political.
Well, Jesus himself says, "Do not pray like the heathen do. Do not be loud and in public, but go into a quiet place and pray to the Father, and you will be rewarded. If you're going to go and make a spectacle of yourself, that is your reward right there, is being a spectacle. So each their own. But if you're trying to pray to Jesus, it's usually worthwhile to follow his instruction.
Well, now, if you want to stand up and be counted and be noted by the many, then yeah, you do want to be loud and and get into people's consciousness any way you can. I'm not particularly convinced that that's a persuasive form of protest, but
You
I'm not
consider
against
that prayer a protest?
I think it's a weird form of
Yeah, I do. I guess based on where it was done and the number of people around who were sort of recording it, I do consider it.
I saw Plastic African's lips moving, but I'm not sure if he's on a phone call or if he thinks. But I cannot hear him.
Yeah, he was. His lips were moving. He was talking to somebody, but not us.
His wisdom was too deep for us to understand.
Hello, Christian.
There you go.
Speaks
He
of
was-
There I go. Oh, God,
silent.
all the time I've been fucking arguing with myself here. Shit.
Well, we're used to that. So we didn't
there
know.
you go. There
thought
you
you
go.
were on a call.
The devil wants to stop my voice, huh?
It could be.
The freedom of hearing has been its name.
Let me roll a d20 real quick and see if that's true.
Man. Amen to that.
You rolled a
Hey.
2. It's
Oh,
Damn it.
yeah.
I wish it wasn't
unlikely.
crypto.
How you doing, African?
I'm well, thank you. So,
Glad to hear that.
yeah, it's my birthday soon. So, as the stars line up, yay! The year of the dog.
Are you gonna start sparkling soon?
Pisces. Here we go. Let's go. The age of Aquarius comes. People forget this soul system that we live on, this presenting time, our understanding capacity that you have to understand. Remember, that makes it you, blessed.
Mine's diminishing, honestly.
Oh man, people don't think like this anymore, man. They gotta go to Google and stuff. Oh, Jeeves, let's do that
Well,
again.
why go to Google when you can just ask Gemini to Google it for you? Like,
Oh my god, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the AI will refer you to a
Sure.
more superior AI that you have to purchase.
You have no idea actually of sometimes the work that I understand. So one of a friend who he's kind of making language go from 1 to Python, so C# to Python, and he's going through a huge amount of databases where these kids have actually they're getting like $120,000 a year, and they've left a mess.
Huh.
And this motherfucker has to clean this mess up.
he's doing it manually, or he's using AI assistance?
No, you can't. You can't use AI to this principle because of the way that this has to change language. He's converting in some way from C# to Python, but it's also taking on board how many of the clients have these databases that are just overcapacitated. And
I don't understand. You're saying that AI cannot be used as a tool to streamline that.
Not in this regard, no, because then you have to open it up to it, and you can't do that because if there is a mistake made, that's the problem. It can't just be that. It's still like when people have to go to drawing boards. AI can't just do everything. It won't look like we will. We are better at that.
Let me ask Gemini if it can do that.
You know what I've been
That's
hearing
Gemini if
recently
Grok can do it.
about the different popular AIs, that some AI platforms are more woke than others.
Yes.
I have seen the bias in
Yes.
Grok and ChatGPT.
Yeah, I
So-
believe I got mocked a little bit last week for just mentioning that.
But at the same time, it's not exactly that it's a
Not like
bias.
this.
It's that there's so much overwhelming material in one view that it's speaking from that view. It doesn't speak from the minority. Even if the minority is more accurate information, it's going to
Yeah.
speak from the plethora of data.
Yeah.
Lads, can
Well,
you
depending on
put the
the
link,
AI.
put the link in the chat for me, please?
What's
The
that?
back to that?
Yeah, I can't do anything when it's on. I picked it up the other way around.
What are you
Oh,
asking?
put it in
us
the-
to do? Sorry.
He wants us to pin the link.
Yeah, we'll just put it in the chat either way. Doesn't
Oh,
matter.
okay, but you're already on.
Yeah, but I can't do anything when you're on. So I don't want to bring a link forward, but I can't do it at the moment because
I'll go ahead and put it in there.
Wait,
I don't know
I
what-
gotta,
why
I gotta throw a random question in there just to because we have Heather is a newcomer, right?
Yes.
What do you think about what do you think about AI in general? Like, what's your thoughts on it? Just to start.
I
Well done,
use
Smoke
a lot
Steve.
for work.
It's good for
Um,
work.
Yeah, it's really helpful. My last job, I could not have done it without AI, honestly, because they put such a huge load on us to do that there was no way.
That was project management.
Yeah, for project
Yeah,
management.
okay. What kind of work?
Vaguely.
Yeah,
Yeah. Don't
what
specific.
did I use AI? Where I use AI for?
Well, yeah, I mean, did you manage large scale like construction or stuff like
It
that?
was
Yeah, like-
engineering. They were doing like PCB board layouts design,
Sure.
like electrical engineering,
There you go.
Oh, okay.
kind of for like data center kind of stuff. And yeah, it's just such a huge load that the amount of projects that they had us on, there was no way that I could have on my own just read every meeting minute, like responded to written every single email completely just on my own. There's no way.
And she was already at 60 to 80 hours. So
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah. Okay. So it can help you out in certain jobs, aspects in the job, anyways. So that's good.
Did
Um,
you trust it for its readouts? Like if you asked it to summarize minutes, did you trust the information that it was summarizing?
Not initially. Initially, I had to make sure, but then as like a project's going on, like for a new project, I had to be more careful checking it.
Hmm.
But then as it went on, I could
As
trust
you
it
were
more.
repeating data.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, let me tell you the way I see it from a developer point of view. The AI knows everything. I know some things. The AI knows everything. It knows every framework. It knows almost all significant languages. It knows back-end systems. It knows organizational tricks. It knows more than any one human. So it's just phenomenal. I could say, show me how to do this piece of code with Python using the Flask package, use the best package for form security. It's running on a Lightspeed web server with Passenger Fusion as the thing that spawns the process. Those are things that I barely understand. I kind of know a few Apache directives. I know a little bit about Passenger Fusion and so on, but the AI knows everything. It's read everything about it that's been available. And so it can do it can integrate so many complex features that it would take me a long time to master. And all I have to do is not trust its output 100% and be prepared to test it, to read it, to bug it, and so forth. That's such an enormous time saver.
If it's not 100, where is it? 80?
Is it not? I wouldn't even. I would say, the thing is, it's not complete. I don't ask it to produce a complete system, but it produces a very detailed skeleton that I can fill in the blanks easily. Eventually, it will be. I'll just give it. You'll be able to give it basically a thorough description that doesn't leave any important details out, and it will just generate the whole thing start to finish.
And as well as giving them that instructions with spelling errors and poor grammar. I'm surprised how much it just ignores your stupidity and gives you the correct answer.
Yeah, I post garbage, and it knows exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. All right. So you're heavily dependent upon AI for you, Dance.
I mean, I'm not. I can do it without AI, but it's like a force multiplier. It suddenly I have an expertise because I can use the AI. Therefore, I am now an expert on everything.
Oh,
Are people
Instantly.
putting their ability to use AI on their resumes now? Like, is ChatGPT compliant or
I
not
think
compliant?
I think that absolutely would be a good thing to put on your resume.
Interesting.
But except it's so easy that anybody can do it.
But what am I? I'm
Yeah.
just a human now, right? Who cares
But
about what a human
there are
says?
different. You do become more efficient at communicating with the generative AIs. So that
Yes.
you're using less prompts to get the
True.
result you're after.
You
I
do
think
And
understand?
this a year and a half ago.
Hold on,
Go
hold on,
ahead.
Dan.
I'm sorry.
We
go on,
should
Rick.
let Heather speak.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think, you know how a lot of times when you write your resume, it's based on a job posting. And so I think once we start seeing ChatGPT being a requirement of a skill that you have, then I think more people would put it on their resume.
Have you seen?
No, I
Ever
haven't.
tried?
Only for like some developers that are like developing things
Okay, yeah.
for AI.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
That makes sense.
that could make
Sorry,
sense.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
that would make sense. Yeah.
Right. I'll be
Go
right.
ahead. All right, my bad, Dan. Go ahead.
What was I don't even remember what I was going to say.
Ask Rock.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding.
Resumes for ChatGPT. Was that your thought?
No, that's what Heather.
All right. I do have another question about AI as a whole for like everybody. What do you guys think about like it for entertainment purposes? Like, what's your? I'll start with Heather again because I got it. You know,
Girl
for
power.
for entertainment purposes strictly though, like just entertainment.
What do I think about AI for entertainment?
Yes.
Like it making like art and movies and stuff?
Yeah, everything that you've noticed about it, pertaining to any genre of entertainment.
As an artist myself, it makes me cringe.
Don't look at our background.
Okay, all right. Yeah. You don't have to. Yeah, no specific details. I'm curious though.
Oh, I know what I was
I-
going to say.
I'm not. I agree with you. I'll just say that it's very cringy. I do not like AI for certain things.
I think it's
I'll
too
just-
perfect. I don't like. No, I mean,
it's
I don't
uncanny.
know. Maybe
It's
perfect's the wrong word, but I like things to have like a human touch to it when it's art.
You like human
Yeah.
error adds to
Yeah.
the beauty. Interesting.
yeah,
Well,
I think she has a good point. She's right.
I doubt. I mean, current AI. I believe I shouldn't say current. My experience with AI is that it can copy styles and so forth.
Mm.
I don't
Mimicry.
think it can I don't think it create something. I don't think it can create new art in the sense that we think of it. That is there, and it gets an inspiration, and then there's the art that reflects that inspiration.
I mean, yeah, it comes down to the wording of the prompt. Like the individual is asking it to mimic
Yes.
very specific things, and it's not saying create your brand new style that you've never seen
Mm.
before in your data banks. It'll probably just
Well,
turn
no.
out on the page.
Yeah.
I don't
let's be honest. Hollywood isn't exactly a factory for creativity. Most movies are sequels, right? So how hard would it be
Well,
for
nowadays,
an AI to produce, yada yada 14 or
Well, the first video is coming out that's
Die Harder
completely AI
31.
generated. 1776 by the creator of. I can't remember the other movies he made, but 1776 is a movie that's about to release that's completely AI generated.
Are those the images, or are we talking, let's say, the script?
I don't know about the script. I only know that all of the imagery is AI generation, and the voice actors, I believe, are real people.
why would? Damn. All right. Of all
Anyway,
the
just to finish what I was going to say before that I forgot,
Hmm.
that ability that I mentioned of AI knowing everything and being reliable didn't exist a year and a half or 2 years ago. It was garbage then, and I would not have used it in any serious way. So it has come a tremendous way in just a year and a half or so.
Is this ability behind a paywall, or is this at a free use level?
You can't do too much. It's typically limited at the free use level, whereas it can do a lot if you pay for it.
Mhm.
But
Should say it's paywall.
right now I'm paying, $6 a month for Google Gemini. It's going to be $9 a month after the initial trial. So it's not, if you're doing development, you know, I mean, how much do you make it? How much do you make? What's your salary? You know, that's so cheap.
Considering
to
that
what
like,
it can
Adobe
get
and
you.
Windows suites are like hundreds of dollars a year.
Yeah. So what'll happen is the market will be
Yeah.
such that the prices of AI will go up to match the value that they're providing people. So
Once they completely destroy all the other market.
well, and probably even before then, I think I'm getting in, you know, now, but by next year, it's going to be at least double what it is the cost by the, you know, this year. So
Hells, is that you, bro? Come on, get on here, dude.
Oh, hells. Where's he at? He's a good guy.
Think Live Life. Is that Hells?
The paperclip guy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's him.
Think Live Life.
I have a question for you about the VA also. If you come on Hells, I have a friend that just got absolutely screwed over, a vet.
In any case, I think maybe we should reconvene to this this topic again with entertainment and AI
Yeah.
I mean,
at some point.
I'll answer next. I've come across a few bands as I try and find new music, and over again now I'll find out that it's AI. It's getting so good at mimicking humans. Yeah, so AI music generation is happening 24/7. So it's literally saturating the all the music streaming clouds. So if you have music just streaming, like you listen to an album and then just starts like randomly giving you music, I would say 50% of what I'm experiencing now is AI. I do like some of it, like it's entertaining, but I want two different platforms. I want humans and I want the option to go and enjoy AI if I want to. Not it's all being overtaken.
Yeah, I think it's a sad, slow death to human art.
But at the same time, if we can get to a point where, say, one of our favorite TV shows was canceled, and we can say, "Hey, AI, finish another episode or finish another season of this series based on the books," and it just like spits out anime or Pixar or whatever style.
Yeah,
I'd watch that.
Yeah, maybe for laughs and for laughs and giggles and all that stuff, right?
Right.
But the problem is that we're feeding it. Every time we do this, we're feeding it.
I'm not going to be someone that's going to take down AI. I'm watching.
Oh no, nobody is. It's clearly going to take over. It is. Like, let's be real here. Dance perfectly explained how it's going to. It's just going to. It just will, and it's understandable for many different aspects, and it's a very useful. It's like this is like a the introduction of the internet back in the 90s. This is what it is. Like the AI is just completely a different monster. It's just gonna be. It's gonna change everything, just like the internet did.
What the hell's?
Let him on.
Let him on, baby.
All right.
Hells.
Thanks for joining us.
Hell's
Good
bells.
evening, sir.
What's going on, guys?
Hi,
What's going on, Hells?
Thanks for having me.
you're welcome.
You're engaged with AI in your projects or no?
No, there's not much that I use ever with AI. I mean, the biggest involvement I have with AI is kind of fighting against AI, especially in like the debate servers and stuff that I manage. I find it very offensive and disingenuous when somebody decides to have a debate with a person and then they're like on their other screen, they're talking to Chat GPT and feeding talking points in the chat. Like, that's happening more and more as well. And it's like, dude, if I want to go debate an AI, like I just go with debate an AI. I can do that myself at this point. Why?
There's some feedback. Hold on. What's going on here?
Oh,
Let me just.
It might be Wilson's mic too close to his earbud.
I'm sorry, Hells. I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad.
no worries. I'm just making sure that's not me. I thought I got all my audio sorted. So
I'm not sure. We'll figure it out.
Cheers, good people.
Cheers.
What about the bike shop? Are they integrating AI in any way?
Out of Mexico.
No, I have. It'll actually be the largest mural in the city of Killeen ever done. I've got local artists messing with that, and there's absolutely nothing that we've utilized AI for in the shop. That's a pretty hard stance that I've taken, as well as one of my major partners is named Randy. He was actually intelligence in the Marine Corps. He was a full-on spook, but really cool dude. But he has strong feelings about AI as well. We don't use it for anything.
Okay. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I figured like AutoCAD or something, like to have it spit out like 5 designs or something that can help you brainstorm, or I don't know, more along those lines of custom designing.
I mean, if you're creative, you presumably enjoy the creative process. So you wouldn't even if AI could do it, you wouldn't want to assign it to AI. That's probably the most satisfying part of whatever you're doing, art or music, is to create something and find that it's what it resonates.
When ID Software created Doom, people forget that was its own operating system, right?
What was that?
Well, Doom, the Doom.
Oh, the game Doom.
Yeah, it was technically its own operating system. If you utilize it and look at it, how it can boot, right? You don't really need DOS to run it. Yeah, if you look into it, that's what can run on anything. Doom can run.
That's
on
why
anything.
they do make a point to try and run it on everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably that. But you see that while we create things as humans do, this idea of what an AI does is like a magnifying glass over us. As long as we actually give it the right information, that's fluid and real, and that's the problem now. None of it is there. Like you can't guarantee what is really known. It's now just opinion over that. These AIs now that you guys are using or paying for are literally tainted.
I didn't have an AI experience, but I had a listening to everything you do experience this evening. I said to my mate on the phone, I got this corn giving me repeated fucking problems over the years, and it keeps on just come back and getting worse. I had a suggested ad straight behind the video tonight, like an hour later, talking about a foot place. What's it called? A peditry or whatever it's called, or whatever. A podetry, which is a foot fucking place.
Podiatrist?
No, well, what's the thing that does your feet?
Well,
thing?
Oh,
he's talking about feet. It's not a podiatrist. Wait, what the hell?
It does start with a P, I think. But
Foot doctor. Let's see, foot doctor.
Yeah, anyway, foot doctor. I had a fucking advert.
Yes.
I know everyone says this.
That's what I said.
Rock helps you out, didn't it?
No, that was actually my friend that got screwed over at the VA. He went to a podiatrist, so I just looked up his text real quick.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
And it's just crazy. I've never noticed it personally, anecdotally, but there it was. An hour later, 2 hours later, I had an ad for one, like literally in my neighborhood. Like fuck. It was a phone call.
All right, so we should probably change the topic now. It's about to kind of run dry a little bit.
I want to talk about bunions.
Okay.
Can I add one thing to what RW said? A podiatrist is not necessarily an MD.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that according to Grok?
No, I knew that because.
Oh, you knew it because you looked it up.
Because
what
I
level do you have
personally know a podiatrist who is not an MD.
What do they have to have any level of?
Yes, there's a doctor of podiatric medicine.
So PhD.
It's like it's almost or very close to being as extensive as an MD.
If I could ramble,
I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
So this is something my sister, she has her doctorate. She's as an endocrinologist, but her actual, doctorate level education is as a nurse practitioner, not an MD. And this is something that she's run into a lot. There's actually a lot of discrimination in the medical field against people, even though it's a doctorate level education, and you can have an MD at a master's degree level in places. It's a higher level of education, but it's treated as lower. And actually with nurse practitioners, master's level education, even that you have to have a level of hands-on experience prior to starting your practice. Whereas doctors can actually go in and then they start their, what's the thing where they're a resident or whatever, but before they're resident, that they do like a, training kind of thing on the job.
Internship.
Yeah. But it is something that I always, like, anytime somebody's like, hey, this thing's not an MD, that does not mean it's a lower level of education or quality in any way, shape, or form. We're just conditioned as a society to say, oh, doctor, by doctor, I mean MD. A nurse practitioner can 100% have greater credentials than an MD doctor in very many respects.
Like this one says that a podiatrist goes to 4 years of podiatric or podiatric medical school, and they complete a 3-year residency. It's very similar to an MD. So it's
what if I look at feed pics on the internet for 4 years? Do I have the ability to receive any certification?
And you
Yes.
would be Hideo Kojima.
I would trust you with anything.
I got you, buddy.
Change the subject if you want it. Does anyone know the name Fred the Bodyguard on YouTube?
No.
Fred the Bodyguard? No.
Yeah, or Charlie Veach?
No.
Name sounds familiar, but no, I'm not sure I know him.
Yeah, he's like just a YouTuber goes around Manchester. Well, he had a bodyguard, and his bodyguard like sort of made a YouTube of himself. So today he kicked the Antifa guy in the fucking in the face. It was kicking off. It was kicking off in Manchester. I put it in the back chat. It's quite funny, but it was Antifa and Patriots kicking off.
Wow.
I don't know if you've seen it in the back there.
I have. I'm just looking up what the Gone is. That looks pretty.
Careful, you're going to get ads for the next month.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna get all of us ads just because we're around you.
All of our smartphones just picked up that ad content.
We're all talking on the phone, basically, aren't we? That's what happened to me earlier. We're all
Yeah.
Well, Google had to pay money for that, so that's not supposed to be happening anymore. The local listening thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't really stop them. A lot of them build it in their cost model. Or slight subject shift. Have you guys heard of the Walmart scandal that's kicking up right now on the meat?
A new one. What is it?
Yeah, so the Walmart recently had like a $800 million settlement or something for anti-consumer practices and whatnot. And something that just recently kicked up is they're fraudulently pricing their meat. So if you, if you shop at Walmart, you should check, because how many people actually go and they grab the steak and say, hey, it weighs 4 pounds. How many of you actually verify that ever?
Nope.
Never.
Nobody does. Yeah, and this guy,
4 pounds? Hold on, 4 pounds? I would verify that shit. That's just a lot.
But if you get like a whole thing of ham,
I'm
or
gonna
whatever,
verify that shit. I love my meat. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Where's the scale, bitches?
Give me that shit.
Yeah, there was a guy, he went across to, I think it was 12 different Walmarts around the country, different places, and every single one of them, he was constantly finding it where it would say, hey, this is 4 pounds, but then he'd weigh it, and it's like 1.6 pounds. Not even a small
majorly different.
Paying like twice as much for your meat. So just something to keep in mind.
Is this just one particular Walmart or Walmarts in general?
No, that was like 12. Like he went to 12 different Walmarts across multiple different states.
Holy shit, dude!
I heard about this as well. I
would not be surprised. But I mean, all right. The corporate practices, they're always good, right?
They were weighing it there, and they knew what the packaging weighed because they weighed the packaging before.
Well, that's something Sorry.
No, they could tell literally on the site because they got scales on site for fruit and veg and shit, isn't it?
Yeah,
but the
packaging now should be weighing it. Yes.
Yeah. Whenever he brought this up to management, that was universally what was said: is, hey, we don't actually weigh this stuff here. We just get it pre-packaged with the labels already on it, and then we put it out there. They don't verify that.
But do they own the facility? Do they own the facility that's packaging it? So that's no argument. That's zero argument.
In some cases, it was their brands. In a lot, it was also other meat manufacturers. So it looks like it might be fraud at scale with meat companies and whatnot, and it's just something that's unchecked.
I mean, that's part of the Walmart model.
In all cases, it only went one way, and that one way was it was costing you more because they were conning you. It never worked the other way, I'm sure.
Right. I mean,
usually conning is not in your favor.
Was this exposed? This is this, what's going on with this currently? Is there a lawsuit against it or what?
It just came across my table. There's a video, and it's literally a guy he seems like a smaller YouTuber or something. He just was walking around Walmart with his phone, and he'd be like, "Look, here's a thing of ham. It says it's 6 pounds." Puts it on the scale. Hey, look, it says 2.5. But he was doing it like in real time, just grabbing random stuff, and then he was going Walmart to Walmart to Walmart, and then he had like conversations that he was recording with the manager. So I don't know if it's like hit the national news or anything yet, but it is something I'm telling people like, hey, if you guys shop at Walmart, maybe kind of. Gotta look at that shit and be like, hey,
that
says 5 pounds on it.
You know what this reminds me of, Hills? This reminds me of Nick Shirley going to the fraudulent fucking places in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Hey, some random YouTuber just going in, exposing all that bullshit. And here we are.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think buying meat at Walmart is going to be a smart move, anyways. Personally, but
yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be my first go-to
for fresh stuff. No.
Hey, I mean, but if you have to,
yeah, if you have to, you have to. Life is life, right? So
life is life, So.
I avoid Walmart for anything, just on principle. Unless I have to use them, they ain't getting $1 from me.
It's a good thing to bring up, though. You know what? Actually, Hells, can you send a link?
It's probably my history somewhere. Do you want that right now, or?
Yeah, I would be curious. Well, I mean later on. Because I would be curious about that because I have Walmarts in my area. I'd be curious about that.
It's a big thing. I'm sure I've heard it via the news, or I don't think it would have been the same article as yourself. It doesn't ring any bells, but the actual story rings bells that they're all underway in their fucking shit, or overweight in it. So
it's not surprising.
This is one of them.
Speaking of weight,
it seems so obvious. Like you would think they would realize they're going to get caught because
it's also something that how many people are ever going to check that? Like, who does that? Who actually verifies the weight of meat? Is like, hey, this is a corporate industry. It's not a mom and pop shop that I have to worry about scamming me. And apparently, you do.
Actually.
The thing is, they do like.
Well, in Britain we had like a horse meat scandal, didn't we?
And in Europe we had the Volkswagen scandal, which was basically low emissions. So what they did,
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was really bad. They actually got those guys to sit there and run.
Okay, let me say it. Right. So what happens is when you have an MOT. You log it in, and the car recognizes it as having an MOT, and it goes on special emissions. It doesn't give off as much emissions. As soon as it comes out the MOT station, the car recognizes it, and then just carries on spewing out shit out the exhaust. Now that was Skoda, Audi, Volkswagen, Bentley, Land Rover. They were all fucking in on the software. Basically, it was that they actually stuck it in the depths of an ECU or something. Yeah, but it found out, and they all got fined. They like lots of cash, maybe $1 billion.
Huge fine.
Yeah, it was massive. I can't remember what it was. Was it in America as well? Did you hear about it in America? Did it?
I want to say, and you correct me, that this was discovered by an American university.
No, bro, but you know how they try to actually disprove this is they got people in a sort of vacuum and made them cycle or run before realizing they ain't gonna win this. Seriously, that's what the Germans did under Volkswagen. Seriously, to try and hide their fraud. It's unbelievable.
What are you saying? They did what?
They put people into like a chamber while the car was running, and the people in the chamber were cycling and running.
On treadmills and shit like that.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, and yeah, seriously, look it up, man. They did that, and then they gave up, realizing they're going to be caught because it was a huge scandal, a huge fraud. Yeah,
It was in the computer. It was in the computer of the car, and when they found it, I can't remember who found it, but it'd be there. You know, it's public knowledge. When they found it, they couldn't deny what they had done. Basically, the car goes on super fucking clean mode when it's in the MOT station, and that's it. It recognizes it, and yeah. So, but they all of the brands under the VAG, the VAG range was compromised.
Discovered by West Virginia University Center for Alternative Fuels.
What was the fine?
Let's see.
Oh, we got useful information if you want to, not just that.
Yeah, Volkswagen 7.3 bill to cover costs of scandal, stock declines.
What the hell? Wait, smoke wife, that's true? Holy shit, that's not good.
4.3 billion in penalties.
I mean, check the way they studied it. There was a thing that they tried to prove it less.
This one says 25 billion.
Okay. I'm just looking at Wikipedia.
Frozen chicken fried rice. Oh, at least it's just the fried rice.
It looks like it's fucking more than your opioid scandal in America.
Well, one of the problems I really see, though, is that more and more of these companies are building in these models of fraud as operating costs to say, hey, we can do this, we can get away with it, make a boatload of money, and this is going to be our settlement. And yes, we're going to get swatted on the nose for $1 billion. Who cares? We're going to make $5 billion than everybody else.
This money was actually advantageous to NATO. That's why they used it in their production.
Yeah. But it's just one of the issues with fines, especially in America. So they can do massive fraud, and then there's like, oh, well, here's a $5,000 fine for unsafe work practices by OSHA, and the company's like, dude, we do $5 trillion in revenue. Like, okay, here's $5,000. Go away. I'm not going to change anything.
It crosses over what we were talking about last week with branding with Bugatti and what the car restorers are doing at the moment. And it looks like I've seen some more updates on that, and it looks like they're going to 3D a lot of it. They've taken all the pictures and the bumper and all that, and it looks like they're going to 3D a lot of the stuff. Fucking crazy.
Can I ask a couple questions about Epstein, or do you guys want to stay away from that topic?
Sure. Epstein it up.
Fuck.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's because this constitutes an entire different fucking mood. That's for sure.
The host says it's okay. Let us descend down the rabbit hole.
Sleeves.
All right. So, Prince Andrew, the ranch being investigated for buried bodies in New Mexico, and Held had something he shared about CIA connections that I would rather him explain in a nutshell.
All right.
I have no idea about any of those things except Prince Andrew.
I did. I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago about bodies in the ranch, didn't I? In Mexico.
That's now being
What
officially.
does that have to do with Epstein?
Well, because it was the emails that were released that say that there is a body buried on that ranch. So
I brought it up about a week or 2 weeks ago, and you cross-referenced it last time. And you said, "Oh yeah, there's something about bodies."
Possibly.
Yeah, well now they're officially checking it out.
How
So if
long?
they
How
do
hard does
find
it take?
something-
Is it a big ranch?
Oh, it's probably hundreds of acres.
It's thousands of acres, I think.
Tens of thousands.
So
It's
yeah, I
huge.
don't know.
Google it.
But I mean, there's some movement. They're going to look into it. I don't really know what's happening with Prince Andrew. Besides, I guess there's enough incriminating communications that's allowing him to be investigated or taken to court. I'm not sure if you guys expect any actual conviction or punishment or consequence, but he's in some heat.
To my very limited understanding, I will say that I believe it was verified through the U.S. government that Epstein was a CIA asset. There's something I keep up with.
Okay. When you say something like that, provide a link. that, you know,
Okay, like
isn't a
the
conspiracy
breakdown.
theorist.
The breakdown that I went off of, there's a reporter that goes by the name of Cappy Army on YouTube. He's very, very in depth and surgical on what he does. He actually, no shit, has a CIA handler himself because of some of the stuff he digs into with some of his journalistic reporting. He even like went to Ukraine to dive into that situation to figure out exactly what's going on. But he did a very in depth breakdown on Epstein of exactly why. They were an intelligence asset and how a lot of the things work in that field. Like he does.
Do you believe this to be true, Hells?
He wasn't.
I do believe it to be true. I question the depth, like how much was he an asset? Because just being an asset doesn't really mean very much. It just could mean that you've
An asset
been
can be
around. Yeah, but if you're rubbing shoulders with influential, powerful people, especially large diplomats and large, influencers and all these different things. That's exactly what they look for, because it's like, maybe they just wanted the one thing on Prince Andrews. And hey, you're partying with Prince Andrews. Now you're an asset because we can use your intelligence for different purposes and do different things. So I think it's almost certain that he was. It is a question of what extent he was. But I can provide a link. I don't just like to make faceless claims, but it's like a 20-minute video if you guys would like to dive down that hole. I do truly believe that.
I just dropped it in the back chat. That's the video you shared with me. It's got to be the same one.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. By the way, Hells, feel free to keep sending the links. I'm all good. I'll save it to. I'll check it out for later. No worries.
Yeah, and I would also very highly recommend this specific channel to dive into military and intelligence stuff. Some of the most unbiased reporting that I've seen.
Anything that you feel that we should see, feel free to send it.
Okay. I also have a separate thing on the tariffs. You guys probably already dove into that.
Oh,
no,
man.
have not.
That's a whole different topic, but
Okay.
that's a different topic.
Okay. If you want to keep talking about Epstein,
That's all I have on Epstein. It's straightforward movements. I don't have any more
Yeah,
conspiracy theory stuff.
All right, last dance. Here's one for you. Even though I don't think you think anyone is true, which is more likely? Epstein connection to the CIA or Mossad?
Can we have a C? Can we have a C? Both.
Or both. There you go. There's the C.
This is one of those fun questions, right? Which ones, what are you more influenced by? Fuck, if you had to pick between CIA and Mossad, fuck, maybe they're just the same. Maybe they're just the same.
There was also a large series of court cases that Epstein got charged in and got handled very weirdly. One of them was federal. Another one in particular was Florida. He got like a ruling that nobody ever gets. I forget the details of it, but there's a large amount of stuff like that it's like, dude, he obviously had to pull some level of strings, whether that was through the government proper or if that was, his just connections to,
I believe
doing his dirty with a kid or something. I don't know.
I believe the conviction you're talking about. They some people say she was 17 months and 11 months, 17 years, 11 months and 30 odd days. But I believe she was 17. But the way that case was handled, there was loads of young girls that seemed to be victims in the case, and they purposely went for the one girl that was near enough of age, where in reality there was, if my memory serves me right, 11, 12, 13-year-olds that were in the frame for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was my impression, is that there was large-scale systemic thing going on, and he was basically hit as like racketing as a pimp for minors kind of thing, and then somehow, some way, he only got like 11 months probation with a weird altered title on what he was charged with, and it was something along those lines, and it was very weird how it was handled, and it was in like Florida, which Florida, like, dude, they lock people up all day.
Well, if he did have great international connections, Epstein, that is, which seemingly he did have, that's one thing that's undeniable. He had connections with important people in various different countries, the Middle East, the UK, and I'm sure tons of others. He would be an asset to the CIA through that, but then to make the jump and say that he's some kind of a paid agent or actor for the CIA, that is the part that I find difficult.
You know, I'm starting to think. I apologize, Steve. I'm starting to think that the CIA and the Mossad are the same entity.
Correct.
The intelligence community is very incestual. It's everything's tied into everything.
I believe
It's
that they're the
compartmentalized.
same.
Were you a member of the intelligence community house at one point?
In some respects.
Well, what's the respect?
I did some
You
PMC work.
wouldn't be saying this right now if you were.
No, I mean, what I did was nothing special. I was not secret squirrel spook, anything like that. I had involvements with a MARSOC unit in Afghanistan. I dealt with a lot of intelligence. Again, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, I've dealt with FBI handler on a civil thing. Not really civil. There was a incident where I discovered a police officer I believed to be up to some pedophilia shit. I've also with the PMCU work that I did. It was not CIA, but they were kind of contracted through them for levels of security services and a very low level, like nothing special. Like, we weren't going out there fucking operating, doing shit. I was babysitting, being a guard kind of stuff. But I've had a lot of exposure to this stuff. I mean, I've lived and worked with guys that are full on fucking spooks. My business partner at the motorcycle shop, he 100% was.
What does that mean? Wait, hold on. What does that mean?
I mean, he was a full-on intelligence for, I think he did like 12 years.
So in the intelligence community, spooks are just what, individuals?
It's a vague term for people.
The spooks I knew had Enfields. They used to rock out of camp with Enfields. You knew a spook was there when he had an Enfield on his back and you could see it with a good scope. You're like, yeah, that boy knows how to handle a gun.
Yeah,
100%, man. You have no idea that stopping power of that fucking gun. Also, it looks good on that playing field because it actually, goes with them.
Are you talking about the old Enfield 303?
Yeah, man. You know that, man. The 303s.
What a great change of topic. That's an interesting fucking transition right here, huh? Interesting.
The bullets
slick.
for the
It is
Enfield
slick.
are
Actually,
comically large. They're hilarious. I love them.
To Smokewise question, no, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, can I just mention an email that has come to my attention? There's an email from confirmed Epstein to an anonymous person. And there's just one word in this email, just one word. But the person's name was redacted, who it was sent to. The one word in the email was pizza. Now, what's hilarious about that is that, of course, pizza and the words of pizza is a conspiracy theory. But if they're looking to get the perps, why would they redact the person's name, especially if the word pizza is just normal use of, officially, pizza still is a.
They could be a cooperating witness.
Mate,
guys. How do they decide who gets redacted?
Exactly this. They actually made all these records paper first, and then redacted them second. They didn't AI it. They had people do this.
Well, with all due respect, African, I don't. You're very clever about things, but you're also like you come off as like you're just like, oh hey, I'm here, I'm nonchalant, I'm just kind of crazy, but you also like sidestep a lot of things. So it's hard to believe what you say. This is my personal thing. This is me between you. I apologize to interrupt with this, but I do notice you do this a lot.
Are you making an accusation? Like, I don't understand.
Oh, I am, for sure. But here's what I also will do. I'm going to go, but I do want to point that out.
You're going to go?
Yes, I am absolutely going to go.
Why? Hang around, buddy.
I don't know, man. I don't. I got plenty of reasons why.
Well, all right. I enjoy having you.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely. Even when you fight with me, I still enjoy you.
Oh.
It was the
Yeah.
pleasure chatting with you.
Aw,
I'm sorry
bitch.
if things went a little bit sideways in some way. I've really enjoyed your company.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I hope you're not leaving for any. If you have shit to do, I understand.
No, I just feel like when I get too controversial, I know that I become a problem sometimes.
Riddle,
No,
you're pretty reasonable, even when we argue. You at least listen.
All right.
Do you think Riddle? Do you think the South African is trolling sometimes?
Yeah, I don't know. I think some people troll. I think that just when you're on
Yeah,
a panel
I-
with 8 to 9 people, it's you know you don't know what you're
I,
doing. with, so.
I agree. I think he trolls sometimes. So
Yeah,
Elon?
exactly.
You talking about Elon?
No, yeah, that's funny. Are you
Who
serious?
knows?
Sailor.
I don't know.
He's talking about plastic.
Anyway.
gloves.
Get a room with who? I
Okay,
don't
the
know.
other thing was I thought he was a plastic African.
Just
Browning.
The African who's on screen.
African.
Okay.
Yeah, African. Yeah, African's a. Yeah, he's an odd character. He's yeah, you know.
He speaks, like you said, he speaks in depth. He seems to know certain stuff, and then he talks absolute shit.
What my issue is that he perfectly changed the topic into another topic.
Yeah.
So I don't appreciate that, to be honest.
We can come back to that topic if you'd like. I could explain more about what I know and how I know it.
Sure, let's go. Let's
Okay,
absolutely
fine.
let's regress to that.
Yeah, but before the topic switched, the last thing that was asked is like, hey, you know, what is a spook? Da 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 da. I'd say that the very first ones that I met that I actually figured out were when I was deploying to Afghanistan. I was Advon. There was these two older gentlemen. They were probably between 40 to 45 kind of age range. And they said that they were, yeah.
You son of a bitch.
I mean, yeah, our age now. For me then, yeah. But they said that I was like, you know, at one point we're doing planes and stuff, and we're kind of a small detachment that's doing some more of the advanced things. But that was one of the things I was like, oh, who are you guys? And they're like, oh, well, we're just like a police detachment. We're kind of liaisons. We're going to help like train the Afghan army or whatever the hell. But the thing I noticed is as soon as we got into country, we're starting to do our turnover, working with the other unit. These guys are not talking to the Afghan army people. They're not training shit. They are constantly working with like the battalion gunner, which is a big thing in a Marine Corps infantry units. You know, the battalion commander and XO and, like they were running around and constantly they were in the intel side S2, you know, and it was one of those things where I was kind of looking at it. We had our own little birthing thing. We'd sit there and smoke and everything, and got to know them more and more and more. And then whenever we got SF units that would come, because Marines would just kind of do the babysitting bitch work for the SF units, where we would provide cover and lock stuff down, and they would do what they actually do. You know, they were always like very first thing. Like whenever they came in, they were always boom, like we're right over there doing their thing. And at some point in that whole 8-month period, they did kind of like, hey man, just you know, this is kind of more what we are, and da 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 da. So that was my first experience of like just full on, oh, you're actually CIA, kind of a spook doing some stuff and not even telling Americans what you're doing. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that was the very first one I ever encountered. But
Yeah,
Sure.
That's like Lawrence of Arabia, isn't it? The spies that we have and the people that we know, the influences we've always had, right? Like, come on, man. You get that. I mean, dude,
I wouldn't call them spies. They were just. They were,
hang on, who's the first president of America?
George.
Michael Jackson.
well, George Washington was technically the second. I think there was the one before that wasn't ratified. Like
Before George was the first president after the Constitution was. Was ratified.
There was one before him. I always forget his name, but there was somebody.
Probably more than one.
Well, do not forget. I mean, it is Plastic African asking this question. He knows what it is.
I don't.
Oh, you know what?
George, yeah.
Well, neither do I, but he does. So here we
That'd
are.
be
What-
George
who-
Washington.
So
yeah.
who was? Oh,
Banging man. Yeah. What was his name? Actually, they say his name was Moses. Yeah, his code name was Moses. Because he
Oh,
was both he was both
he
admiral
was Jewish
and
from
general
Mossad?
in both armies in Britain and America.
Well, he had a code name in 70s. He had a code name.
Let my
Yeah.
people go.
I didn't think that they did code names back there. I don't know.
That's the way it is, isn't it? That's what people like hide it.
I've never thought about that. Like, how did intelligence
Like
communities
Charlton
work in
Heston
the
joined the-
1700s? Like,
That was for you, Last Dance. That was your generation in the house. You saw that in the theater, you bastard. Oops.
Yeah, Steve.
So how about that avalanche, hey? Yeah. People dying.
Oh, wait, in California.
Tahoe, yeah.
Oh,
Let's have a look at it then. Bring it up.
yeah, it was the worst
I don't think-
disaster.
I didn't actually find footage of it. It was just
I don't think there was footage,
the
unfortunately.
group of 8 guides that took, I don't even know how many people.
Yeah,
I did-
Only so many
it was
walked out.
sad. It was mostly women that died.
oh,
I thought those were the only survivors, was one guide and 5 women.
I think that's correct.
No, they died.
No, there's one guide and I believe 5 women. He's correct. They survived. They were rescued with snowcats, but they had to go back later for the bodies after the storm passed, and
that's-
at
you're
that
talking
point
about
in
the
time
other-
they still
okay.
hadn't found the last body.
Ah, yeah.
that's
Yeah,
gotta be a horrible job.
Well, one of the rescue workers was their spouse that died. So yeah, it was I'm sure it was an intense
Now,
situation.
there's an aviation channel I follow on YouTube, and he happens to live near where this occurred, so he did a report on it, and apparently these skiers hired guides from a company that were, the reason they hired them was to make this a safe outing, and these guides should have known, and probably
Yeah.
did know, that there was a elevated avalanche risk. It was the second. It wasn't the highest level. It was one below the highest level, but it was still elevated, and still they took them out.
Would you consider that negligence?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Because
Even
because
if they insisted we want to go, the guide should have said, "I'm not going, and I'm not taking you." That's for sure.
Steve, would you challenge that?
It's under the insurance. It's under the company's insurance. But bottom line is, apart from even the conditions, they're locals, so they know where the flow of snow goes, right? So
Mhm.
they're going to stay
Down the
in the
hill.
flow, there, right? And they'll know where it normally flows. So it's fucking outrageous.
Exactly. That's why you hire the local experts. That's
Yeah,
whole
the
point.
guides fucked up because doing an avalanche test is the guide's responsibility, and they're supposed to have all of that stuff taken care of. If you don't get to ride or ski that day, and go ride groomers, go down ski slopes where you're not going to get crushed by 10 feet of snow. You know, there's certain days you just don't go into the backcountry.
Do you
If
believe they're
there's-
going to get sued? Do you believe that there's going to be compensation from this agency because of negligence then?
I don't, because unfortunately, none of it's an exact science. And when you choose to do an act that is inherently life threatening, I think you're taking the risk into your own hands, even with a guide.
Right.
That
I would
being
think
said,
there's
there was a
something
case in Australia, you guys probably know, being that you were there, where like a guide had somebody or some people swimming in a billabong, and one of them got killed by a crocodile, and then the guide was technically liable for them. But I suppose that's a slightly different story, because he told them it was safe to swim there.
Wow. I wouldn't
Yeah.
consider that a guide. I'd consider it a drunk retard.
But that is one thing, because you don't assume that you're going to get bit by like a croc if he says you're not. But when you're skiing down a super steep mountain and there's snow all around you, you have to sort of assume that death is right there, right within reach, even in the best of conditions.
There was clearly some negligence for sure.
Yeah, but what are you paying for if you're not paying for local knowledge and expert assessment of where you're going to go? It's a huge fucking
you are
resource.
paying for guidance from A to B.
I'm with based on this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I mean, they have company insurance, and part of that insurance, health and safety and all that, will be, they'll have, a process of doing things. And I'm telling you now, how many people got wiped out? They fucked it up. I mean, if half a dozen people got wiped out, they fucked it all up.
See, now where it's going to be tough to prove is the science of avalanche prediction is not perfect and not exact. So somebody has to be able to simulate the snow from that day. It's almost impossible to prove that it was 100% the guide's fault and not an act of God. I mean, this is a mountain. You could say the snow was fine.
Say act of the devil instead of act of God. I don't know.
I mean, there's so many freaking variables.
Yeah, that is interesting. No, he's right though. That's interesting.
Okay.
I would say,
okay. Say you're driving your car. And you've got your temperature. It's always on 50% generally, or 12 o'clock, and it's halfway up, whatever it is. And say, for example, you get paid by the person, and to test the car.
Hold on, let me share the other one first, Last Dance, and then that one.
Okay, you take it out for a test drive, and you see the temperature rising, and like you said, it's one off the top. You said it was one off the top of the most dangerous, which would put it just below the red on your car. And then, as a train mechanic, you keep on driving it, and then all of a sudden the thing fucking blows up, blows the engine up or the avalanche. Yeah, it's the mechanic's fault because he kept on driving a vehicle that was clearly struggling. He was told it was struggling, and he spotted it struggling. So.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying the guides without some level of blame. I just don't think they can be culpable for this legally.
They're dead. The one dude can go to court, I guess.
The company.
Oh.
Well, there's also very likely a liability waiver. Every time I go skydiving, you sign a massive waiver saying, "Hey, I understand this could kill me." And it even reads out they have an updated thing that's real time to the contract. This many people have died this year going skydiving. Are you sure you want to do this?
Bro, we sign waivers to play mini golf in America.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like them getting sued. They probably have their ass covered. They're probably going to get sued. Will the person ever get money? Man, they'd have to prove some heavy level of negligence and whatnot.
Yeah, I think.
And this looks like
Hells, it's up to a jury, and you never know what a jury will do, right?
What is this? What is
real
this?
quick?
This is Ghislaine Maxwell. But who the hell is this? Because this is who testified recently before the House Oversight Committee, and I don't think this is Ghislaine Maxwell at all. I mean, just look at the difference in the features on the nose, and then her eyes are completely different as well. Do you think this is the same person? I don't even think that she's in prison, because that person is not this person. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments. This is Ghislaine Maxwell.
That guy does look a little like Plastic African.
I don't think
African.
What? Well, hold on. What the hell video was that bullshit? What the fuck was that?
I don't know, wife.
Well,
it's a theory that the person that testified to Congress was not Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, okay, I understand the concept, but what that video was retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, the nose did look different to me.
It was also very obscured with the lining, though. And
what it looked like?
With the facial structure, the one, her mouth was open, it stretches out your frown lines. The other one, the woman's mouth's closed, and the frown lines are prominent.
You shouldn't have drawn the lines because
that nose. That was like Bert versus Ernie's nose. That's not even close.
It looked like Jackie Chan dressing up as Ghislaine Maxwell.
And the angle of the face was different on both of them. So it could have been. Shit.
That was Chinese Maxwell.
Rush Hour 5? This was gonna happen, dude. Rush Hour 5 off the island. That's what the title is gonna be.
Okay, so Grok AI says that they're two different people. So do the Google version.
It's
Says
settled.
they're two different people. No, I'm just saying. Asmund Gold done it, and he kept on asking questions and saying, "Are you sure?" And they kept on saying, "Well, I'm just analyzing other photos," and they kept on saying it's a different person. And they're like 95% sure it's a different person.
So who's in
Now,
Club Fed right now? The
I'd
Chinese
like to
lady?
show a video with Smoke Steve's permission that kind of shows what you can do with a few lines.
Please do.
Okay.
Yes, I was just wanted to get that one out there if it preceded the other one you were going to show, but go for it.
Okay, thank you.
A few lines of what?
Well, you'll see.
It's going to be drawings.
A few lines.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I knew what we were going with this. I knew it. Oh.
I'll go different direction, pulling out the bill. I thought he was going to roll it.
It's Ghislaine Maxwell.
Damn, dude.
That is Walter White if I've ever seen Walter White.
Man,
same person.
If somebody gave me a $5 bill that looked like that, I would never spend it.
I mean, yeah, you would keep it for sure.
No, dude, 100%. That's cool. That is cool, man.
Put in a case, put blue rocks next to it, and you could sell it for like $500 bucks. That's wonderful. But what the hell is somebody who
could?
I would use $5 bills that had Walter White.
Last dance. We know somebody who could do that, but he would be bummed out about having to lose a $5.
Yeah, exactly. We would have to supply the $5.
Exactly.
I don't even think he'd do it then.
Right? It would hurt. It would hurt
Well, I was gonna, but there was this cheeseburger man.
Yeah, exactly. That's classic. All right. Were you gonna play some? Oh, that was the whole video.
It was a different video. The same.
Oh, what's up, Eastwind? It's been a while. You haven't been here tonight.
Eastwind?
He was here earlier.
It's my bad. I just saw his first comment. I know he's earlier. Oh shit, it's my bad.
You're
I've
way
not
back
been paying
in the chat.
attention to the chat. Yeah,
Way
that
back.
is. Okay, I'm just gonna stop.
It's all right.
I've got more stuff in the
Yes,
chamber, but
don't
you guys know I might not be interested in it.
Well, let's milk,
why not?
let's milk the each subject for everything it has. Did we sufficiently milk this one?
It's like milking a cow, not a bull.
Right. Exactly.
We don't milk bulls here, Hells. It's
And
other
Eastwood
panels.
is still here. So
Yeah, what's up, Eastman? There
you go.
So
what else you got in the chamber, Bob?
I'll just read them real quick, and you grab whichever one you want. So Meta or Facebook, they have the patent for AI to mimic deceased user accounts. There was the Gunman from Rhode Island. There is the passing away of Jesse Jackson, 84.
We could go Gunman to start.
Wait, what's the list being listed?
This
I
is
just
just
have
subject matter.
It's a bunch
Good
of
subject.
weekly events.
Okay.
I don't really know what happened with the Gunman event. I have very few details besides
Gunman?
It was a trans shooter.
Gun person. Okay. It's gun person.
That's Canada's take. That's Canada's take. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Nope.
Sorry.
I'm gonna get flack for this. I don't really care about the individual's background. I care that they went to a public event and assassinated their family.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they
very
took
much.
themselves out or if they were taken
They
out by
did.
somebody else. I've heard conflicting stories.
I can
Yeah,
tell
but
you
I-
what happened.
RW, if you look now, there seems to be a pattern of indiscriminate shooting, not always in schools, but family as well. And it's involving people that are identifying as an
Right,
opposite
but
sex.
I understand that, Welshman, but are they just picking these stories out uniquely? Are many other shootings happening that they're just not bringing into the limelight, or are they, is
I
it?
think- You know what?
supposed
He's
to be
not. RW has a point. He's right. I think he's right.
Well, here's
No,
another point.
they're supposed to be a very small percentage of the population, but there's like 7 like shootings in the last couple of years that have gone down to trans people. And if you look at their manifestos or whatever they write down, it's fucking terrible. They're twisted, disturbed people.
Yeah,
So
the
you're
people
saying they're
that
getting the limelight because
do
of
mass
per capita.
shootings are twisted, disturbed people. I agree.
Yeah, their manifesto. Yeah, I'm not saying trans are, but I'm just saying that there seems to be a connection. When you think about it, there's such a small percentage of the population as well.
I'd say that nobody that goes and does like a mass execution is a sane human being. There's obviously something jacked up with them. But one of the big issues I do have is how so much of the focus shifts from what happened to like who the person was. And immediately a lot of it's like, oh, well, it was a Democrat that did this. It was a Republican that did that. It's a trans person that did that. And it kind of offsets the real problem. It's like, how about instead of like what they were, what category they were, what was their motivation? Maybe that should matter maybe just a little bit more. Like, like what is it that made them get to that point to kill somebody? If we actually give a shit about the people dying. I don't know.
I do.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I agree.
Let's check this guy out. He was there.
So
I'll only play about 3 minutes of this.
Started. We went up 1-0 early.
He just said the game started. They're at a youth hockey game.
I remember looking up at the clock, and there was like 10 minutes left in the first period. And as I was watching the game, I heard a pop, pop, and I thought they were balloons. I thought they were big balloons, and the noise was right in front of me. So when I looked, I then I heard another pop and recognized there weren't any balloons there, and thought that there's something wrong. I didn't know if it was gunshots. So when I peeked my head around to look around, I didn't see the shooter, but I saw the pistol being directed at the people in the second row. And at that point in time, as soon as I saw the pistol, my wife was sitting next to me with some friends, and we didn't even look at each other. And I just said, "Run, run," which it was that she listened, and the friends started going. And then I kind of waited, a half a second or second, because I needed a clear path and people were moving. And as soon as I saw the clear path, I got on the third level of step, and he was on the 1.5, and I jumped across and went for the gun. Wanted to grab the gun, and what happened was my hand got caught in the sliding chamber. He shot, and then my hand got caught, and I was holding him down with my body, and you could see him trying to move his finger to move it, but my hand was in the gun, so it didn't work. So I was able to peel his hand out, and then what I did was I was coming, and he was strong, and he kind of pushed me off of him, which I rolled off into the bleachers. He stood up, and I believe there was 3 gentlemen. One gentleman's name is Bob, who put him in kind of choked him from behind, and then these other guys, and he kind of swung them off, but he fell backwards, so he landed on his back between the bleachers. So literally, I'm looking down, and he's looking up, and we were staring right at each other. And at that point in time, I wanted to come down and put my knee or something to put it on his body to try to hold him down. And I saw him reach his hand in his jacket pocket, his left hand. And I was holding the gun. I didn't have it in a position for it, but I was holding the gun. And next thing you know, he pulled out a second gun that looked exactly like the one I was holding. And that was the point where I was surprised. I didn't really recognize it. But as he took that gun out, you could see this. He had a worrisome, concerned look on his face. And as I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, and it was fast, but he took it out of his pocket and he just put the gun in his mouth and shot himself.
The end. Now that
guy is a hero.
Yeah, and
Takes the balls.
Yeah, for sure.
He misrendered it repeatedly, though. Called it him all the time. Terrible.
Wow, my apologies. I walked in halfway. I did the restroom. What was that for? What happened there?
There was a
Eyewitness
shooting
account
in.
of the sorry.
Go on, RW.
The eyewitness account of an individual that helped stop the gunman that at the ice hockey game, and the eyewitness account of him shooting himself in that process. The suspect.
I've seen a video. Well,
Rhode Island
shooting.
youth hockey game.
Pawtucket? Was that where it was?
Has anyone seen the
something
video? Has anyone seen the video? I've seen the video.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
I have not seen the video.
I've seen
I
a
didn't know there
video.
was a video.
But there's one cool thing about it though. Like whenever you watch it, like from the primary angle, the seeing the difference of reactions of the hockey players. 'Cause, I mean, this was kind of cool. You had like a lot of people that were fleeing and running away, and like probably half the hockey players were, and the other half were like bolting right for that motherfucker. I did think that was kind of cool. Like the fight or flight kicked in, some people ran, and others were like, "Hell no, this guy's shooting people in my arena," and they were going to war.
I've seen the footage from like the stands, and it just looks really confusing. I heard a couple of pops, and after a couple of seconds, people got up and started like running away, but I couldn't really work out what the fuck was going on. You know what I mean?
All right, I can give you a little explanation here. This trans man with the white hat here.
All right, this the Canadian.
This
Oh,
is
right.
this is in Rhode Island, in
Oh.
Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Okay.
And he is going to come down and shoot his wife and adult age son to death.
No shit.
And here's the video.
In this video that appears to show the suspect, 56-year-old
Gun is out.
Morgan, wearing a
He
white
trips.
hat, holding a gun, and moving through the crowd.
Look, see right here, he's
Holy
pointing and
fuck.
shooting at people that are right there.
It's a
What
point
an
blank
evil-
execution.
What an evil
That's-
motherfucker, dude. Holy
That's it.
shit, dude.
That's him like
Where-
taking
where?
their lives.
Moments later,
Okay, here comes our boy here in the red shirt. Everyone's running towards him, and he decides, "Fuck it, I'm going at
Michael
him."
Black is seen
Yeah.
rushing in.
As the
He's-
gun was extended and my wife went running, and as soon as she cleared my sight, is when I stood up on the bleachers and I jumped towards the shooter.
Black telling us his finger became lodged in the gun's chamber, preventing it from firing again. But the suspect reached for a second firearm.
I saw panic on his face.
Yeah, I don't think they show much more, but definitely a hero.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You know, man, I'm sorry. My mind is warped. But at the same time, the reason why I mention that is because if you saw a video like that, would you not think it could be easily AI generated as well?
Well,
These
It's like,
days,
we didn't
it's like,
have-
fuck, like, it's like, I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm hopping. I'm not properly thinking. I'm hopping
RW,
topics, but
you say this quite often. I get it could be, and you're right. It could be AI. But when
No,
you see, you
That was
automatically
little,
go. You automatically go and that it's something like that. It's something sinister.
Riddle's the
not.
one that made the comment, Welshie, not me.
Sorry. Yeah, it's Riddle then. Riddle's making these. I do get you confused sometimes. I'm sorry.
Is it because I'm white?
They look the same too.
I don't know why. I have done it before, so yeah, I apologize about that. But yeah, Riddle, you bring it up on a quite regular basis, like just making it like as if
it's a little racism.
Well, I'm just picking up on it. I got the person wrong, but it is the right person. Actually, sorry.
I do think that that's going to be more and more common as we move forward, though. Like we're entering,
Oh.
like honestly, after about like this time, like in 5 years from now, we're never going to be able to know what's true or not. Watching things on the internet, like we had the privilege of growing up, seeing video and knowing, hey, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the video and knowing that was true. Future generations are never going to have that again. That like every single time something's played, it's going to be like, did that actually happen? Or did a computer make a remake and make it look like that happened?
Yeah,
that kinda
exactly.
sucks.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
But
and I don't mean to like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I doubt that is the case in this scenario, simply because there's a wide range of reports, and then after the fact, there's dudes like that uploading his own YouTube video. He's showing his fucking hurt hand from the slide lock. Which
Right. Yeah.
Whenever you grab a gun, like it reciprocates. the slide, they call it slide bite. That slide will cut your hand. And I mean, there's stuff like that. Where I'm just like, there's no way that this is fake. In my opinion, I don't think we're there yet. But more and more, I do think it's a valid concern to say, hey,
it is. It's an absolutely valid concern. I'm not saying that was not. And it's my bad that I'm saying this, but it is a concern because, like, it's happening. Like, there are absolutely convincing AI videos out there, and I'm not saying this is it.
Yeah, because they got TV cameras, they got fucking hockey teams.
Like, why is it perfectly?
They got 5,000 supporters. They're all independent people. They can't make that one up. It's just a non-makeable.
Why is the angle there? Like, why is the angle there for the camera? Like, why is everything? I question everything. You have to. I mean, like, I'm not saying that this is not a legitimate.
You've got to question your knee-jerk.
Yeah, it seemed like a very perfectly angled camera. Like, why is it?
Like X-Team, I'm with you. There's loads of questions, right? Things where it's quite sterile and something happened.
I also don't trust the guy. The way he explains shit, he seems like an Italian mobster guy. That's what I get out. That's the vibes I get. I just have lots of questions. I'm sorry. It's just what it seems like. It seems like it's not. Something doesn't seem right. It's all I've got to say. You can disagree with me all you want. Anybody can. That's fine. But something about it doesn't seem fully right. I don't understand how to explain it. It just doesn't seem right.
Well, you're gonna have to put something to your jerk reaction. You've got to put some sort of evidence.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. But if I'm given just this what I have immediately, then that would be my knee-jerk reaction. That would be my first reaction. Sure.
You're going on your feels. You're going on your feels. Is how you feel.
Absolutely. I agree. Yes, I am going off feels. I do not have evidence. It just seems off.
Funnily, he actually kind of superficially looks a little like Whitey Bulger when Whitey Bulger was kind of a badass.
Oh no! Yeah, no shit. Yeah, they had that movie was called Black Mass when Johnny Depp, right?
Yes, that is the movie.
Yes.
But Whitey, yeah, the guy has.
I think it was Bulger, right?
Bulger.
Bulger?
Yes.
Oh.
Bulgar is the wheat. Bulger is the gangster.
Oh.
But anyway,
his name wasn't Wheaty Bulger.
Oh.
Although that would be a funny name for a cereal.
Look, yeah, that'd be.
If Whitey wasn't a bad guy, it would be a funny name.
Oh, it would be comical, like in the.
Hey, motherfucker! You better represent this country.
Exactly.
Sorry. Gangsters. Anyways, all right.
I got to change the subject if you want to, but it's across the pond. But you might have heard of it because I know you do take a lot of notice these days over the British side.
Oh, is it going to be Restore, my new favorite British political party?
You got it, mate. You got it.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good call. That was, Steve.
Oh yeah, I'm into these guys. I like them. I like the message.
So I'm just gonna you've seen his little thing introducing his party. They've had 90,000 memberships already.
It's good.
7 days in.
It's a good start. I don't see how in the hell he's going to accomplish the monumental amount of tasks that he wants to. It seems like an impossible hill. Is anyone else here familiar with this?
No, it's too vague. I don't understand the.
It's the Restore Party. It's a new political movement there, and he wants to basically
make UK great again.
No, I don't want to say that because it's not a MAGA type thing. I think they have
what's wrong with that?
They have a really legitimate problem, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's all right.
That he appears to want to be able to solve.
Immigration?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just immigration. It's also the predatory social pressure of changing the values of a society. You have groups that say like, "Hey, we have outside values, but we want to force our values upon you." Then, as the population grows, then it's like, well, hey, now there's more of us, so maybe you should get with our program. But there's, there's a lot of with that.
Can they use existing legislation to push back?
Yeah, it becomes. So one of my, I very much like the idea of separation of church and state. Like, if it's wrong to push, your Christian values on somebody, it's equally wrong to push your trans values on somebody as it is your Muslim values, and whatever your values are. Leave that out of it. Like, let's make society within the basic lines of people getting along. But whenever you have like a separatist group entering and saying, we're not going to integrate with your society, we're going to create our own thing over here, and then we're going to try to get big enough that we're going to force our values upon you and make you into us. That kind of sucks.
So basically,
he's not wrong.
Yeah, basically, his views are, and he's in a stay by them. He's literally said, this will be the first thing we're going to do. We're going to deport all foreign criminals.
Okay.
We're going to deport them all, every single one of them. If, for example, that it was found out that their close relatives harbored their crimes, they're going as well. So dependents are going.
What is the chance of this individual actually holding the seat?
Well, he's definitely going to. I mean, I honestly think, and I didn't have this opinion 2 weeks ago. My opinion 2 weeks ago was you've got to throw your eggs in the basket with Reform, because they really can win the election, and it'll be the first step. But Restore's come out, and it's really grassroots. It's not like there's not going to be any Tory party members in it at all. XL ones or anything like that. They're not having any of that shit. But what he's adamant about is that they are going to deport all these wrong-uns from the country, and we've got tens of thousands of them, right? They don't belong in our country, okay? And as far as he is concerned, he is going to deport every single one.
But so it's sort of like they created a new party in basically a two-party system. So just like the libertarians and such, they, even if they, have civilian support, it's almost like they don't stand a chance anyway.
Well, it's unheard of in the UK to have 80,000 members in a week of the party starting. They've just overtaken the Liberal Democrats, and they're a party that's been going for 50, 60, 70, 80 years, maybe 100 years, I don't know.
And that party has gotten seats before?
Yeah, it's got I think it's got 14 seats. And it's just beaten in, just on memberships in 7 or 8 days.
You might not want to call it like make UK great again, but it's got the exact same vibe to it, in my opinion. And if that's trending, then don't be surprised if there's a miracle vote that gets this person in.
I would also say that, like, a lot of times when you have these political shifts, it's going to be this new party with these values. A lot of time it's like a company that rebrands itself. It's like when Time Warner Cable went out of business and they started calling themselves Spectrum. Exact same company, exact same infrastructure, exact same product, exact same everything. Yeah, but they have a new name now, so they're about this.
They don't have to go to court with their old name anymore because they don't exist, right?
Yeah. But I mean, that's a lot of what I look at with these political movements. Is like, that's great. You're going to sit here and talk about these different values and these ideas, but like, are they even divergent from what's already there? And are you going to do anything differently? Because you're going to end up having the same people playing musical chairs, shuffling around, and being like, "Oh, I was this group, now I'm that group. I'm a different now." You're the same person.
Okay,
You're doing the same things.
I agree. I agree with you. But Reform, when they first said they're supposed to be independent, and it's exactly what's happened. They've become Conservative 2.0, where basically you get exiles from the Conservative Party will join Reform. Everyone's noticed this. Nigel Farage, not long ago, a year ago, was saying he couldn't mass deport. It was impossible. Well, we don't want to hear shit like that. So there was many things that he was just lukewarm on. And Restore, Rupert Lowe and Restore, they've just turned around and say, no, we're going to do all the things that people always said they're going to do, and they never do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do everything. Whatever. They said it's going to be painful, it's going to be hard, but we're going to do it. We need to do it because basically, this is our last chance. So, I can see traction really folding for Reform in a lot of ways, and Restore is going to be they're going to come out of nowhere. Restore are you're going to hear a lot more from them in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
They're the only one that look. It's either centre left or centre right, or and that's basically it. That like 5 parties are all the same.
Yeah, I do like that about Europe more though, is because America is much more polarized. We have much more extreme right and extreme left fighting, as opposed to Europe. It's like more about the details. And
I don't agree with that actually.
Okay.
I think it's equally polarized. I think if you look at the UK, they're even more polarized than we are.
I mean, I think they talk shit much more directly. I don't think that they really have.
What do you mean talk shit directly?
I mean, they'll go in Parliament and they'll scream at each other and tell each other to go fuck a pig at the seats of Parliament. They are pretty like. You don't have that in America, but at the same time,
that sounds like a Netflix episode of Black Mirror for sure. But
that was exactly what I was slipping in there. I'm proud that you caught that. But no, whereas America though, they fundamentally want different things. Like all of Europe is all on the same page of like, hey man, we do want consumer protections. We kind of want these kind of social services. Like it's a question of the level and how much, whereas America is very opposed of like one side wants absolutely no guns for anybody ever. All of it should be gone. And the other side wants everybody should be able to own a fucking Abrams tank. Like it's very separate. Like there's much more extremist differences, I believe, in American politics than there is in European.
But I get you only because they're real here. It's only because of per capita, right? We're a large nation. They're a small one.
Yeah.
They're being absolutely no offense based, but your country is nearly fallen, to be honest. And I don't know like what that implies to you, and to me, like it's just not good. I'm not sure how you would respond to that.
I've known this for over 10 years, and I've been an activist for 9 years. I've been an activist on YouTube, and I've been arrested multiple times. I've been called a Nazi for many years, and guess what? I don't really give a fuck anymore. But the reality is, I know, mate. I know what's going on. I know.
Do you agree that your nation has fallen?
It's falling.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think. Hey, I do want to say, like, considering I was the one that said it, I don't want to say like it's fallen completely, but it is on the trajectory for it. Like it is.
The Overton window has moved though, and it's moved quite dramatically. I mean, I've been going to Tommy events since 2017. The first one was my first ever event was the Manchester bombing. But a month after the Manchester bombing, I went, that was my first ever thing. It was 2017, 2016 now. So it was like 9 years I've been doing this. And we've been getting like a few thousand here, a few thousand there.
What concert was that at?
Just many, like Day for Freedom.
Wait, the Manchester bombing, that was the one that was at a concert, right?
Ariana Grande, was that it?
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. And the numbers have been sort of good in sometimes, and not in others. Now, as time moved on over the last couple of years, the numbers definitely picked up. And then since Southport and that beastly event,
I'll just
numbers got up again. And the thing is, I go to them all and I live stream a lot of them. And I'm telling you now, I've never seen the numbers that I've seen in that September one. I've never seen the numbers. Some people say it was 3 million, some people say 2 million, some people. I know for a fact there was. I believe there was at least 1 million, 1.5 million people. It's just estimates. No one can really work it out. But they were all flying flags. It was majority peaceful, the whole event. And the numbers were so big, the police couldn't control anything. Just on sheer numbers, they couldn't control the numbers. There was just so many people there. And that was just literally an event that was set up by Tommy, just like all the other ones he's done. They were expecting numbers, but the true numbers, independently, no one really knew, because a lot of people just independently travel. It's not like the left; they all set up in coaches. They have a good idea.
Can I bring up one question that RW had mentioned before? It was about the religion taking over, right? What do you think, RW, is the most, biggest threat to, when it comes to religion, society that we have right here in America?
The combination of church and state, and the state being able to force their translation of law and make it punishable.
Translation. So what religion is it?
Christian.
You think Christians? Hold on. You think Christians are more of a threat?
I think the combination of church and state with Christianity is more of a chance than the combination of church and state with Islam.
It's more of a chance for what?
For America.
There is also something
I apologize. I apologize because I am stupid and slow, and I have been drinking. So I just want to clarify that there is a. Can you say it again, please?
Yeah.
I believe that
for me.
Current movements in the United States with projects like TPUSA, Christian nationalist movements, Project 2025 movement and legislation is reigniting blue laws and faith-based laws within the state. So I believe that church-state union with Christianity is happening, and I think it's more probable than a church-state union with Islam, even though Muslims are growing in population.
What's the timeline? What's the timeline for this, RW? Because it's not 2025 anymore, and it hasn't happened yet.
2025, Project 2025 has many things on that checklist have been enacted. So it's not 2025, but we have progressed.
I don't see a pervasive change in anything like perceptible besides what is this checklist of arbitrary factors that go into this Project 2025, and at one point will it be really noticeable, at least to me?
I can, if you give me a second to dig that, I can give you a bullet list.
You don't have to bullet point it or anything.
Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, you could do. But how about what do you feel right now?
For a timeline, I think that my personal belief is I think Trump will serve his term. There'll be progress in Christian-based legislation, a resurgence in Sunday laws, and then Vance will get in, and Vance will even more so push the church-state union. That's by Vance's term, we will be a nation that is different than the nation we are now.
So you think? Well,
how are they going to get around the Supreme Court that will not stand for anybody?
I'm not sure.
I think a lot of it, like you don't have to call it a religious thing to push a religious agenda. For example, abortion. I don't have to say, hey, I'm anti-abortion because I'm Christian. I can say, hey, I'm anti-abortion because the life of the child matters. And you can push the legislation through all the same and try to enforce the exact same values. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
labeling it non-Christian.
Sure, yeah, sure, but that's a specific thing, right? What I'm
But everything like that in
Wait,
politics.
Wait, is what Watchman's talking?
But yeah, you can be against abortion, and not because of Christianity, just morally.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, that's where the arguments come in. And that's where Last Stand's question was presented is, hey, how are you going to get this in and get around the Supreme Court, separation of church and state? You don't make religious arguments for the things you make moral arguments and argue that it's in the benefit for society for angled ways, because that's how politics work. Like me, myself, I am Christian. I'm also, some people consider me a bad Christian. I'm very pro-abortion. There's a lot of views. I'm very divergent from your typical Christian. But I do also have the view that
okay. So you and I are both bad Christians, right? So here's the thing.
Depends on who you ask.
But here's the RW. What just said is that Christians are more of a threat than Islam is to the United States.
What I said is that a government that is controlling a church is more dangerous and more probable from Christian with union of Christianity.
You definitely said probable. I was waiting for the word, and you said probable.
Probable.
Yeah, you said probable that it will be Christianity and government rather than Islam and government.
That is correct.
So
I will also say, like, it's something that few people dig into, but there is extremist Christian movements. If you've never dug into it, like a lot of it's tied into white supremacy. There's a reason the KKK burns crosses. Like there's a lot of tie-in with that. Like you have there's been raids on complete death cults that have decided that they're gonna.
I said my Lord and Savior, and jeez.
Honestly, this is
help me to help these people.
Tangentially, I think that thing's bullshit. It's like you ask, why is that a problem? It's because the Ten Commandments say, "Thou shalt not take Lord's name in vain." I'm sorry,
no,
but Lord's name is
absolutely
Yahweh.
I'm calling on him to help me out to deal with this, the things that I don't agree with. Like I am ignorant. Don't get me wrong.
There's a lot of that does go on, and there's Christian extremist groups have existed in a very problematic way in America. There's a lot of stuff out there we can unpack about like straight up death cults trying to.
Yeah, okay. Compared. Oh, well, hold on.
KKK, which is about fucking. I haven't heard of the KKK in action for decades.
Christian extremist groups, though. Where are they?
Westbourne Baptist Church, is it? Is that the place?
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of racism intertwined with Christianity.
Hell, I'm asking. Hell's in RW. Where are the radical Christian?
If you would like,
people?
I can dig. I will give you an interview of an FBI agent's undercover work. With
so do you know it off the top of your right now? Like, can you give me that, or do you have to look it up?
It was small white underbelly. I'd have to dig for it, but I mean, these are things that I've seen a lot of.
That's fine. You can
soft white underbelly.
Small white is his little brother's channel. It doesn't quite have the same.
yeah, it's got Finding Nemo on there, bro.
That's a great channel, by the way. I love that.
I feel very uncomfortable watching some of it, but it does a great job of unpacking the truth in society and the things we don't like to talk about. Like, it's very uncomfortable to watch some of it. It's like, hey, here's a mother that molested her son. You know, like, and hey, why did you do this? What was going on in your head? And hearing that story, you're just like, yeah, like,
all right. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we all agree that all that shit's bad. But what I'm saying is that, okay, Islam is probably the biggest problem, but RW mentioned that Christianity is the biggest problem. I have a big problem with that.
What he said was that the integration of it with government in America specifically.
Respect, Wells, he should respond for himself.
Okay, fine, fair.
Okay. If the United States creates a church-state union with Christianity and dictates Christianity and enforces it with legislation, I think that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right, that's but you've changed again. You've changed the game now, RW.
All right. So
am I really moving the goalpost, or are you hearing it differently?
No, I like what you're saying, RW.
I've got a problem now because I was quiet from this.
So basically,
when you routinely answered, you said more probable that it will happen with Christianity, government and Christianity.
Yes.
Now you said you've got a bigger problem.
I have a big problem with.
You have a big problem. So would you have a bigger problem with Islam and the governments, or with Christianity and the government? That's what I want.
If I had to choose between which one I didn't want more, then I wouldn't want Islam to do it more. But that's beside the point.
It's not beside the point. It's exactly the point.
There's a difference
That's
between
exactly.
arguing that one is more likely versus one I dislike more. Those are two separate points. They're not the same point.
Well,
See,
also,
this is where we are failing, where we are we're very similar, right? But we're weak. We see each other as weak. RW sees me as weak religiously. I know he does.
Why would why
Absolutely.
why do you say that? You're putting words in my mouth.
Because I am. Because I am. No, I'm sorry. You
Your
know what?
judgment of yourself doesn't mean you can say it's my judgment of you.
You know what? I apologize for that. You're right. You're right. I apologize. I think that from your point of view, I am absolutely religious weak, and I am. I'm trying to figure this out.
I have never made that judgment.
No, you're right. I
Ooh.
apologize. I apologize. Yeah, I'm
Last
saying again.
Dance, because they aren't Democrats.
But in any case, RW, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I am sorry.
Interesting.
But I've been.
sorry.
In any case,
Go ahead. Yeah, you want to round that out?
yeah, I do. So
for it.
okay, so I'll apologize to you, RW. I'm sorry.
You're forgiven. There's no need to apologize. I'm just speaking for myself when I have the ability to.
Yeah. I should never do that for you. I should never do that, especially when it comes to religious and politics and all that stuff. But yeah. In any case, what I do have a. I'm sorry.
I want to put something to bed real quick with Steve real quick. I'm going to read a quick bullet point list. I want you to tell me if you believe these did or did not happen since the second term of Trump.
Okay.
Immigration enforcement expansion.
Yes. Is that part of Project 2025?
Yes. Ending or restricting federal DEI programs.
Let's take it slow so we don't shoot through it too quick. Because
Okay. Immigration enforcement expansion.
The first one, yes. And in my mind, that has nothing to do with. I thought Project 2025 was about integrating some level of Christianity into the government.
It's part of it, yes. But
that immigration thing is something that we can all agree with here. You like that? I know you've said before.
I like it.
I'm not arguing the morals of these things. I'm stating Project 2025, and these have happened. Yes or no?
What was the first one again? Was it to increase ICE? Was it? Well, we knew that was going to happen.
Essentially, yes. So yes, that's happened.
That was
Ending
part
or
of it.
restricting federal DEI programs.
Yes.
We knew that was going to happen anyway.
Those are in relation to Christianity because of biblical views of male-female ideology.
Okay, I'll tell
So
you
our
when I have a
relation.
problem with something. So far, these are good things.
Cuts to foreign aid.
Cuts to foreign aid. Don't like that one as much. I'm a bit of a humanitarian. I know Last Dance wants to kill all the orphans.
I don't agree. I don't agree
in
with that.
Sub-Saharan Africa. He doesn't
Especially
care
the
about
orphans.
them.
But
No,
did it
that's
happen?
bullshit.
Yes or no?
I think that's bullshit because foreign aid is bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have a take on that. I don't know.
I'm
if you
sorry.
wanna
I
unpack
have
this
to.
or
I
not.
have to interject because I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Let me just get through the list, and you guys can dig it all you want. Did we do cuts to foreign aid?
We'll get through the list,
Yes,
then
you
we'll
just
go
did.
back. Then we'll go back.
Reproductive health and abortion-related restrictions.
Not a shock.
What?
Now, this
I
one
didn't-
hasn't. This has not happened.
Yeah. What? Show me.
Actions like defunding certain providers, Planned Parenthood, banning abortion care centers for some groups.
Okay.
Rescinding policies for service members' abortion travel, broader
Okay.
efforts restricting reproductive freedoms.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, some of the things you named in that are happening. So yes.
Anti-LGBTQ and gender-related policies.
It's pretty obvious.
Well,
Okay, that would also be Christian-based morality.
Yeah, I would say no because that's too much. They would take advantage of it basically.
Do you
I
know?
would say no.
Do you know who Scott Bessent is?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. It sounds
He's-
familiar, but I don't know who that is.
He's very, very gay, and he's very.
All right.
He's
I think he's the Secretary of the Treasury, right?
financial, like one of the leaders. He's not of the Treasury, not the Fed. Jerome Powell's the Fed.
East
the
Eastman's
Treasury.
on it. All right.
So,
yeah.
basically, he's gay and he's well respected, and he's a part of the administration.
I would also say there's a substantial difference between being an anti-group policy and simply taking away benefits that they felt were unjustly given. You know, is it an anti-veteran thing to say, hey, we're no longer going to give you free money for a motorcycle, for example? That is a program that does exist. I
Or
won't go
cutting
into it.
federal funding for gender affirming care.
Yeah, you know, like that's something. But is it anti that group to do that, or is it is saying, hey, we're no longer going to supply this free service? Is that against a group, or is that simply stopping a positive? Is stopping a positive a negative? Is it a derogatory thing? I think there's a difference between those.
Okay,
So-
fair enough. So, RW, let's get to the answer on that. What was the LBGT question again?
Anti-LGBTQ and gender-related policies, for example, executive orders opposing gender diversity, trans identity, monitoring, influencing K through 12 curriculum on gender ideology, cutting federal funds for gender-affirming care, and related military policy reversals.
Okay,
All of those
that
have
has
happened.
happened.
Where did you read that from?
This is a bullet point that's being put together by Grok.
That has
okay.
happened. Yes.
All these
but
things have happened.
Again, that one I'm not particularly.
Yeah, but they're all obvious. They were all the reasons why he was
Yep.
voted in, not his policies.
Yeah,
All right,
here's the thing.
point is-
I'm okay with transgenders not being in the military because they have a medical history. If you're in the military, you have to be physically fit, right? However, if you're transitioning, you have to take medications to transition. Now you cannot be relied upon if you're in the military. So
As
I
well as
understand
the
why.
military paying for that process.
Yes, absolutely, exactly. It'd be ridiculous. You would compromise your units as well as taxpayer money. It's fucking stupid. That particular aspect.
So there's just two more things I'm going to quickly this is the last of the bullet points. Federal workforce and administrative state changes like firing thousands of federal employees, civil servants, reducing job protections, slashing contracts and grants, restructuring agencies or consolidate. So all of Doge basically. And then other areas are defunding or reducing support for certain media like NPR, PBS, clean energy job cuts, and shifts in global health funding. Whether you agree or disagree with these things isn't the point. The point is these are all agendas from Project 2025, and all of these have been done within the first year of the second term of Trump. So don't be surprised if more of Project 2025 agenda is done by the end of the 3 years.
But they're all obvious Trump policies. I mean, basically, this is what he campaigned on. All those policies, basically, all those points there are basically all his policies. He was
It's
going to
interesting
sort
that he doesn't know what Project 2025 is, though.
Well, let me ask you this, RW. Can you ask for some of the bullet points of things that haven't happened, in particular ones
Yeah,
that
sure.
would be more shocking or scary?
Hey,
Because
by the way, Hells, that's a good beer.
as Welshman's pointing
good
out,
beer.
these things do somewhat align with the current MAGA movement and what a lot of people are thinking. The immigration thing, government overspending, the fucking national debt's tied into that. These are all the LGBT bullshit. The letters, you know what I'm saying? But like all of that horseshit. Like what I'm saying, if these might be the things that are gonna be accepted that are part of 2025, but clearly there has to be more to it than things that most people already wanted. If it's such a scary
Mother Earth.
Okay, so here's the black bullet point for what has not happened yet. Reviving the Comstock Act to ban mailing of abortion medications materials worldwide, criminalizing or severely restricting pornography and equating transgender ideology to it. I mean, they've definitely put a restriction on pornography.
What's wrong with that?
I would not know. No idea about that.
North Carolina does. Georgia does.
That's not the federal government.
Okay.
Florida got restrictions for porn.
Abolishing or fully dismantling entire agencies like the Department of Education. I thought that they were doing that. Passing the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act that would impose federal requirements on care of infants born alive after failed abortions. Repealing child labor.
What's wrong with that?
I just reading a bullet list. I don't.
Yeah, RW's not saying any of these are right or wrong.
He's not taking a position.
He's reading a list.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It always just like,
It's all good. It's all good.
Those statements, I react off them. I'm sorry.
That's funny. He's like, so what's your fucking problem with that? RW, just reading the list, nothing else here. All right, continue.
You got a new life on the fucking table there. You know what I mean? You want to preserve it. Don't want to kill it. What's going on?
I don't.
Sorry.
Eliminating or phasing out federal funding of low-income schools and rescinding IDEA regulations for disabilities. I don't know what that means. Classifying teachers, librarians as sex offenders for discussing gender ideology with minors. Abolishing the federal.
The ADA. If you said something about that's not good. You can't take away like handicap ramps and stuff.
Yeah.
Accessibility. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna. It's based, mind you. It's pretty based.
So I do think a relevant point for me to bring up, though, is I do remember during campaigning, Donald Trump very flatly said that his agenda and 2025s are two separate things. That his group is not 2025. That is a separate organization. And while some of the stuff that he wants lines up with what they want, they are not the same. And he very heavily voiced that at some point, that like, hey, this group and what they're pushing is not me. Yes, some things have a crossover, but it ain't me. So that's something that is pertinent in the conversation.
Repealing overtime pay rules for mandating Sabbath time and a half compensation. So this is what I'm basically waiting to see push farther is Sunday rest. And Last Dance asked the question, how are they going to get past the Supreme Court with this? Well, if a day is declared as a day off for family health or well-being, you're passing legislation, but you're still gaining forced Sabbath of a day. So
do you want to work 7 days a
around.
week? 7 days a week. I'd love Sunday to be switched down a bit. Might not be good for the economy, but I tell you what.
This is a progression. It's like the frog in boiling water, though, Welshie. It's just the allowance of church and state union and being comfortable with it. Because why not? Who doesn't want 2 days off that they can't force you to work? Like, I'm not arguing against it, but it's what happens in the future from there. My concern is the things that Trump isn't interested in being a part of. Vance is much more a part of for the Christian national movement, much more attached to Peter Thiel and transhumanism ideology. So I think that within these two terms, we will see a very different America on the other side. And then I don't know what to think from there. But I see the next 7 years of time, at least, pretty much locked in.
Yeah, I got to say that I found your argument, and I appreciate you going through that. I found it for much the same reason Smoke Steve did, as being not very convincing at all. I mean, as someone who is a libertarian raised in the Jewish faith and is now an atheist, I support almost all those policies except for one or two, all the ones that have been enacted, not the ones that have not been. So that doesn't seem like I'm not a Christian nationalist by any stretch.
MAGA.
I'm not even MAGA. And
interesting. See, we're also a fellow Jew.
So I don't see those as being, just because they overlap with Project 2025's goals is no reason to say that this is evidence that Project 2025 has been implemented by the Trump administration. I mean, Hitler liked dogs. I like dogs. I'm not therefore somehow implementing Hitler's policies. Those are standard secular conservative principles, almost all of them, from long before, for 30 or 40 or or more years. So, some
I
of
appreciate
those.
your skepticism. I think that relating the dogs and Hitler is a bit on the nose, but I mean, I do think that the Heritage Foundation, based on these examples, does have an influence in whether it's the Republican Party or certain individuals that run on the Republican ticket. I do believe it has a large influence on what they.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm just saying, influence is one thing. What actually, what laws are actually made is another story altogether.
Okay. Let's grant you the argument. Let's give in to you. Your point you're making. So what would be America then?
Under Vance?
No, under this like awful Christian government sort of in lines of right-leaning nationalist sort of governments. What would it be like?
If the United States is allowed to become a church state, I think it would be Dark Ages 2.0. We've already experienced the first.
Okay, you have to like be a bit more descriptive than just.
Sorry, the church, the state being able to declare you a heretic for not accepting their definition of the faith by you believing in what you see in the scripture under your original religious freedom. All of a sudden, you're able to be prosecuted or persecuted for not accepting their.
Do you seriously think that would happen? Do you seriously think that would happen?
Yes,
I will concede you this. I think Vance is much more likely than Trump to enact these things, simply because Trump, he's spastic. Trump is mostly about, everybody respecting and following Trump more than any policy. So
here's what will happen.
He's easily distracted by, you see what he focuses on every day.
I'm really surprised.
It will be Vance versus Newsom. That's what will happen.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be Newsom. I think Rahm Emanuel and Shapiro have a big chance.
Maybe
because that's who you want. I don't think they stand a chance in the party.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked what RW realization he thinks will happen if I'm really shocked by his answer, to be honest with you.
I think it comes down to this. The guys who drafted the Project 2025 are ding, 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 already conservative. So a lot of the principles in there are going to be conservative principles that are going to exist outside of this Project 2025 and all of its parts. So the parts that they've achieved before, I think, are just I'm basically repeating last answer, long-standing things that conservatives have wanted and that Trump ran on already that overlapped with it. Yeah. But I don't think there's a general overall movement to work towards that by the current administration.
I would agree with that. I'd also bring up the same parallel I present for like football teams. A lot of people put way too much on the head coach. Be like, hey, this team lost. The head coach is bad, and it's like, dude, there's an entire team there. There's offensive, defensive coordinators. There's the recruitment team and everything else. And we have this habit of being like, oh, well, Trump is doing this, so everything is him, And it's like, dude, there's a lot of moving parts. Yes, Trump is the most overbearing one, but I'm saying in general, the focus of the conversation when it's like, hey, is this Trump? I'm like, it's. I agree with what Steve just said. It's like, hey, it's like there's a movement of conservative values that also intertwine with religion and also intertwine with the beliefs that Trump ran on. Is it a very focused push? I kind of question. Like, yes, there is a sect that has that focused push. How much overlap is there, and how much of that is like, hey, Trump is Project 2025 when he hard denounced it as he was running and saying, hey, I'm not Project 2025. There's things in there that I do disagree with.
I'm also attaching biblical prophecy to this as well. Like I'm not doing this from a pure scientific fact base, not just the words of a politician, not just the act of one man, or a slight trend of a party. I'm looking at Daniel 11. I'm looking at Revelation 13, and I'm watching different geographical points in the world acting a certain way, and the United States acting a certain way, and it seems to be in unison with the United States turning into an unstoppable power that is becoming Christian in its speech.
Wait,
so
what?
That's where I'm coming from. I'm layering these things on top of each other, and it's very possible, what Steve said, that it's just a coincidence. It's just a party based conservatism.
Okay, so I do have to ask why you feel that way, because to me it's the complete opposite. I actually work for a living. To me, it's the complete opposite of exactly what you're saying. I don't have land. I don't have a family. I got nothing. I'm trying to fucking survive here. And guess what? It's completely compromised by a bunch of fucking illegal aliens that are just allowed by the state government. It's fucking annoying.
That's a good real life point for sure.
Yeah, it's fucking irritating as fuck, dude. And they're establishing a bunch of affordable housing in my hometown. It's fucking it's tragic. It's sad. It's fucking sad.
I hear you, bro.
It's like back to the very original point that was asked from Riddle to RW of, hey, what do you think is the biggest problem? My take would personally be that we're moving much more towards a corporatocracy. Corporations are having greater ability to force through legislation in whichever way they want. They have greater voting power. Consumer protections are being eroded. Industry regulation is being eroded. We are doing everything humanly possible to move in the direction for profit for corporations at the cost to the civilian. Because like even what I brought up about Walmart, like that's a consumer protection issue. Do you think that they're really going to get stepped on? Maybe. But honestly, the government's not really going to care. Be like, hey, Walmart's ripping a bunch of people off and making them pay twice as much for meat than they should. Oh, well, look, their stock price went up. So that makes me look good.
That's why I had an issue with it. That's why I had an issue with it. Fucking, you talked about the Walmart Corporation coming into these small towns, right? Which I used to have. It's no longer a small town. Now it's a conjunction between counties, and these counties now become a legislature with the government, and this government now says, okay, well now we're going to have affordable housing, no matter what you say, we're just going to have it. You're going to be forced, and in fact, if you don't do it, you're going to come off as fucking racist. You're going to come off as fucking. You're just going to do. You're going to punish you if that particular county says otherwise, right? Because it used to be in California. In California, we used to have the jurisdictions. Now it's just a fucking. California is just a fucking dictator state. We used to have fucking something. Now we don't. We don't.
Another point that Riddle did touch on that I did agree with was the idea of, hey, the foreign aid idea. I believe I want to say it was Steve disagreed with. I'm not was cutting. It's last dance. Okay, so but it's one of the things I've always looked at with the principle, the basic founding principle of the idea of taxes, to say that, hey, you work in a nation, we are going to forcibly take money from you. Our justification for doing so is that it's going to be used in your benefit. That we're going to develop road infrastructure and have police and firefighters and these different things. I'm like, okay, that's those things make sense. Now, whenever you take that same concept and you instead turn it towards charity for foreign entities, I very much disagree with it, because now you're forcibly taking money from me to give to somebody else in some other country to benefit them in ways that doesn't benefit me. At that point, you have violated the very premise that you've taken my money for. I heavily agree with these charity programs. I do not think that they should ever be a government program. In the same way of affordable housing, you shouldn't take money from me to give it to somebody else so that they can have an easier fucking life. No, I understand giving people a little bit of a leg up and saying, hey, you just became unemployed, let's do some of that. But that makes sense because, hey, that money was taken from their paycheck, that they paid into that. Now they're getting money back out of it. That makes sense, that they paid for the thing that they're getting, as opposed to, hey, we're just going to go Robin Hood and take from these people to give to these people. At that point, why should I work harder?
No, and I agree. I agree with you for the most part. Certainly, in sentiment and spirit, I just have part of me that is humanitarian. That at some level, I see that if I could help, if we could help, and I'm not talking about doing it at the expense of Americans. This would now, and if you're in a state where America is too fucked up to be able to share the wealth and that we need to keep it in country, then so be it. That's fine. But if we were in such a place where we could help, I don't know, say there was a great natural disaster in a piss poor country that we could help them with whatever $100 million or something to try to save people's lives. I'm not against it. I mean, when
I understand. Like, by the way, Steve, I highly respect it.
And everyone else on fucking FET and all that, and all the standard homeless people with mental illness. What about them in your country? Fuck people abroad. What are you talking about?
That's what I just said. If the problems are too great at home to worry about the rest, then fine. Fix our own shit. I don't care. But I just have a, I have a big heart. I
know, but the problem is the reason why we're in the mess we're in is because we're so nice. And we so want to look after other people in Afghanistan that believe in completely different cultures than our own culture, in Somalia where they're completely different. I said no. Why should we give any of them any money? You got loads of problems in the UK, loads of problems in America, loads of people that need help.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And my small town of California got fucking destroyed by these fucking policies. Like really fucking over time.
The axiological difference that I really like to present there is that it's the difference between doing something good and it being treated as good versus being expected to do that. It's like if I come to you and ask you for a favor and you say no to doing me that favor, and I'm like, oh, well, you're a piece of shit. You didn't do me a favor. That is the expectation that a lot of internationally, as well as a lot of Americans, like, oh, if we don't do this favor, we are doing an evil. I'm like, well, no, wait a minute. Like, it's a nice thing if I buy you a sandwich and I buy you lunch. That's me being nice. If I don't buy you that sandwich, that's not an evil. That's just me not doing a thing that's nice for you. And that gets really fucked up in the optics and the way that it's talked about. And that's something I very heavily disagree with every time they're like, oh, well, this evil thing is happening. Trump is cutting this funding to over here. I'm like, so you're no longer getting your free sandwich and now you're upset about it. And it wasn't, hey, thank you for giving me a free sandwich for the last 10 years. Instead, it's, fuck you, man. You're a piece of shit because you're no longer paying my way. And like that dynamic that a lot of people view America on, I think is pretty ugly.
How can people, unless in the West in general, walk past their own citizens in the street when they're in the worst time of their life and then refuse to give them any help, whether it's warm socks or a jacket or food or money, but then will give money to some charity they never fucking met, where 90% of it will never get to the fucking zone in the problem, right? But they'll give money because they see an advert on telly. Yet they've walked past loads of fucking problems in their own street, in their own town that day, and they'll just forget about that.
Hells, do you have a response to that based on personal experience? Have you been dealing with that, or am I thinking of someone else?
I mean, I've had quite a bit of it. Like a big piece of what I do personally, I work with veterans outreach programs. I work with the homeless a lot. Like I've even in my mental health treatment personally, I've lived with fucking homeless people for months doing treatment programs. It was somewhat abused. They didn't actually want treatment. They just wanted a place to live that was nicer. But that is something that I've been very critical of for a very long time. And I was actually just digging for that little clip that I sent you earlier. I'll dig that up in a second. But it's I have a bit like on the basic level of like, as far as a human being, it's like, hey, if I can't pay my own grocery bill and I'm putting money on a credit card and I'm building up debt, I probably shouldn't be donating money to give somebody else food. I should probably pay my own bills before I start paying somebody else's. And that's the core thing I look at with America is like, dude, we're not even paying our own bills. We have our own needs. We have our own people that are starving, our own people that are homeless. We have our own mental health issues. We have, lack of social services across the board. We have no consumer protections. and then we're also going to give money away to other people. Like, no,
No,
we
but-
should write our ship first.
My question is, what I believe Welsh was saying, why don't Americans give to homeless people, like if they need a pair of socks or food or whatever? Do you have any experience where it's not that simple? You can't just go and give.
There's a lot with that, yes. I mean, for one thing, I very much do agree with the tax exemption programs of, hey, supporting charities. I'm heavily involved in lots of nonprofits, lots of charities. But there is complications with that. One of the major ones, it's like whenever you see, McLaughlin come on with the "In the arms of an angel," and the puppy that's suffering and stuff. But you, at the end of the day, you have some asshole board members. They're going to be pocketing $1 million a year in bonuses and doing this thing, but they're putting themselves between something suffering and somebody else's empathy, and they're siphoning money out of that under the justification that, hey, at the end of the day, it's a good cause. But a lot of money ends up moving that way, and that's true in veterans organizations. Wounded Warrior Project was a major one for it. That CEO was a complete piece of shit. Him and his entire board ended up getting fired because he was championing the idea of, hey, if I worked in the private industry, I would get paid this amount. And he was advocating that he should be making $200 million or whatever the hell a year because of the amount of money he was bringing in, leveraging like, hey, look at this jacked up vet that's missing some legs. Donate to him. And by the way, I'm going to fill my wallet in the process. I've encountered that. I've also encountered issues. HEB specifically, they had a lot of food that they were throwing away that wasn't bad. It was just past the sell-by date. After the sell-by date, stuff's still good for 7 days.
Yep.
And I was working with a place called the Round Rock Serving Center. It's kind of like Goodwill, except they're actually a food bank and they actually are a nonprofit. They're not a for-profit thing, by the way. Don't donate to Goodwill. They're not a nonprofit. Find your community, people. But that was something that I ran into where they were like, well, look, we're worried about any kind of litigation that could come against us because if we donate this food and some of it's bad and somebody gets sick, maybe we get sued. To which I brought up a federal law of, I think it was called like the Robin Hood legislation to say like, hey, like here's written stuff saying if you donate this in good faith and there's nothing wrong with it, you cannot be held accountable in charitable fashion. And even with that, the corporation was still just kind of hesitant and afraid and was like, hey man, no, we're going to take this pallet, like literally pallets, like it was like a pallet of pies. Yeah. And then they would just throw it away. And I was like, man, there's some hungry people over there. Could we give that to them?
When I worked for Martin's, they literally crushed it so people couldn't eat it.
Yeah. There's a lot of that kind of. I've encountered some of that personally. If that's
right back.
My question was more so even like when a human directly goes to give a homeless person or a vet that's on the street something, is there any complications with that? I know like you don't just want to go and give people money because if someone's struggling with addiction or whatever, you're giving them the opportunity, which they have the right. It depends on your mindset, I guess. Like do whatever you want. Here's $100. I wish you well.
Yeah.
Do they get angry at you for trying to give them like, is it just a straightforward, here you go. Thank you. All right. Have a good day.
I personally have a thing where I refuse to ever give somebody money. I will not do it. If somebody's my personal friend or something, sure, man, I'll loan you $100. I've got a couple of those in my life, but like whenever somebody begs for money, especially in Texas, if they're a veteran, I am exponentially less sympathetic. I know the services that are available in Texas. If you're homeless and you're a veteran and you live in Texas, you are homeless by choice. 100% in my area, you are homeless by choice. And the second you're like, oh, I'm a homeless veteran, I'm like, but why do you choose that life? I don't look that down on you. You want to go live under a bridge and do whatever it is, like live your best hobo life, whether you're smoking crack or if you're sober or whatever it is you want to do. That's cool. I'm also not going to support it. Don't ever ask me for a fucking dollar. Don't ever ask me for a ride. I will donate you my time and energy to give you access to resources. I ain't doing shit for you. I'm going to give you the path for you to do something for yourself. That's one of my personal barriers, but yeah.
You are being challenged in the side chat by Last Stand saying Goodwill is a nonprofit.
Oh, I could be incorrect. I believe for a long time they were completely not a nonprofit. They started out as one and they crossed over to a for-profit. I could be incorrect, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
What is this?
Is Goodwill a nonprofit?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm totally open to being told if I am wrong. I'm pretty sure that I'm not, though.
Last Dance says it is a nonprofit.
Give a
Okay.
shit. All right. Look,
tell you-
all of you guys, I gotta go.
All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
see
We'll see you later.
Have a good week,
Take care.
Little.
I'll tell you
you.
one that you want to stay away from donating to, if at all possible, would be any of the PIRGs, PIRG, public interest research groups. Usually they have a state, like the one in Massachusetts, that's called MassPIRG. I'm sure every state has one, or region.
Yes.
Their management and payout structure is huge. Like, so the amount of money that goes to paying the entire employee structure of that company is astronomical in percentage of what they give to the charities that they're going for. And then in addition to that, whoa, just got a warning on the camera.
Oh,
Got to check
that's
that.
not good.
Get out there with the rifle.
So, to the foreign donation policy, there is a really quick clip that I posted in there. I did link to an RW's server. It's like a quick 30-second clip. It kind of conveys a very specific ideology, but it is interesting to watch and hear what comes out of this person's mouth.
All clear. I think it was me taking a leak. It was just a bit of a delay.
I said that. Let me check my shop cameras. I haven't looked at those for a little bit.
Yeah, this
So-
boy, this man knows. He was there 3 times today. Get your ass on here if you feel
man.
like it, bro.
I need me some aphid lip.
Come on and pop some tags. Show us what you scoffed from the Goodwill.
On the Goodwill point, they are a nonprofit, but they've been challenged and gone after multiple times for bad faith execution, for sub-minimum wages for disabled workers, executive pay and mission drift, high CEO salaries, deceptive practices, or misleading marketing. So while they have not had their nonprofit federal tax exemption revoked, they are definitely not the most ethical organization.
All right.
They do have a great business model, though. Hey, come give us free shit. We're going to sell it for money, and we're not even going to pay employees. We're going to have people that are on probation have to do community service to do our labor for us. Like, dude, you don't have to pay for your product. You don't have to pay for your labor, and it's just all money coming in, and then
It's not cheap anymore either. Goodwill's not cheap. If you guys have any local mom and pop thrift stores around you, and you can check out prices there, you'll usually find, especially if it's like church-based one, you'll usually find very, very affordable items. If you go to Goodwill, you're not really catching a bargain most of the time.
Yeah, down in Round Rock specifically, is one of the reasons I pushed that is because there was a place called the Round Rock Serving Center. And they had the exact same format as Goodwill, that you could come and donate items and they would sell it. But all the money that they made from that would get turned around, and it was either used to buy food for the little food give out thing that they would do, or they would pay people their electric bills and stuff and say, hey, you don't have money this month, we're going to pay your electric bill. And in return, you're not going to be an employee, but we're going to expect you to come up here to the food bank on Thursday, and you're going to work for 3 hours handing out food in return for us paying your electric bill. And that was just a very clean, community-based, actually genuinely positive thing. I supported them a lot. I did a lot of work.
3 hours for your electricity bill is solid. Solid trade.
Boys. Fella.
Have a good one, Welchie.
Hey, you take care.
Fella, boys.
Last Dance, have you been paying any attention to the Maryland dad?
The Maryland what?
The Maryland dad?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Okay, I was just curious if his name popped up because it is your locale. So yeah, in Greenbelt, Maryland, Immigration and Customs Enforcement cannot re-detain Kilmar Abrigo Garcia because a 90-day detention period has expired and the government has no viable plan for deboarding him. That was the ruling that happened last Tuesday. I just thought it was interesting. that he's basically got kind of like a protected status in the United States, and I'm curious if they're going to try and get him out again, or he's just virtue signaled U.S. citizen now.
Get rid of him.
I mean, like, people have that view, but at a state, federal level, it looks like their hands are tied.
It sounds like the dude's done some sketchy things. I don't know why people are so, enamored to protect him. It's got to go. There's this thing, this Irish guy was here illegally for like 19 years or some crazy shit. And he got sent for deportation. He's got to go too. It's just, people got to go, it is what it is.
There is also that line that I'm kind of less sympathetic when somebody's like, hey, I've been living here for the last 20 years. And it's like, you've been here 20 years and you haven't done the process? Why not?
Exactly.
Like you have had every opportunity at this point. Like, you've developed yourself financially. Now you own cars and houses and started a family and everything else. You didn't want to cough up the $5,000 to do the immigration process and become a citizen, be legal. Like,
well, can they get away with paying less tax if they're not? I don't know how you own things. I don't understand how it works. At the end of the day, if you can accumulate wealth, you're getting taxed in certain ways. I guess you maybe just don't have to be taxed in all of them. I don't know.
There's lots of games that you can play. There's lots of ways to shift around using different, what they call financial vehicles. And different states also have different policies on what ownership means. Some of them has to be tied to a tax ID. Others don't care. And they'll say, hey, no, we're a sanctuary. If you want to be an illegal immigrant and buy a car, go for it. We'll put it in your name and everything else. And even though you don't have a social security number, we're still going to give you a driver's license number, and you're going to be all legal all these ways.
In your guys' lifetime, have you seen state judges challenge federal rulings? Like, to me, it seems like they're stepping outside of their actual ability and dictating what the federal government can do.
Yes, but
state judges? No, they don't. They don't get.
They can pass
federal cases.
They can pass rulings to say that the federal side is wrong, but what that does is cross it over into the federal courts for appeal. It's the same thing as whenever, like, you have a low court in the federal side that says this federal court ruling said Donald Trump is wrong for doing this. That federal court doesn't matter until it goes all the way up to SCOTUS and you get Supreme Court. You can't. There's separation of powers. The judicial can't step on the executive. There's all these different things. In the same way, the states can have courts that will rule and say, hey, we think, in our opinion, our court's opinion, this is incorrect and the application of the federal law is inappropriate. Right now, that's happening in Texas with the suppressors. If you guys are tracking on that, they're saying that their basic argument is that the Fed wants to regulate suppressors. And Texas is like, okay, so if we manufacture suppressors ourselves within our own state, it does not cross any federal lines. It's not exported in any way. What the hell do you have to do with it if we want to make suppressors and sell them? Why does the Fed get any say at all in that? And they're not wrong. I do completely agree with that argument, but it's also the Fed's like, but no, we just want to have control over if suppressors are allowed in your state. And Texas is like, no, man, you should have no part of that. And there's court rulings on that where courts have said, hey, the federal law on this is not applicable. It does not apply the right way. And then they have to kick it up to SCOTUS and have the Supreme Court hopefully pick it up and make a ruling on it. But their court opinion, it doesn't matter that the state court says, hey, we think that this is wrong. It's an opinion. They make their ruling and then they kick it up and say, hey, you guys got to figure this out because a higher court has to decide it. Same that the city of Killeen could push a thing saying that, hey, we think this Texas state law is wrong. They can have that ruling and it'll get kicked up to Texas state, but that ruling doesn't actually mean anything.
Call me ignorant here. So the
You're
thing
ignorant.
they have a problem with is they don't want a gun to be quiet because when a gun is shot in the commission of a crime, the loud noise, I suppose that might alert people to then call the authorities. Is that what the feds or whoever is anti-silencer has the issue with?
I do think in general, it's very few people have had a lot of experience with suppressed weapons, running subsonic platforms, all these things. And a lot of it comes off of watching Hollywood movies where a guy walks into a room and pew, 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 kills 4 people. And then 10 feet away in the next room, nobody knows it happens because it's that quiet.
Is that what the feds are thinking?
Well, no, I mean, the feds is an extension of kind of that public opinion, but a lot of ATF specifically grew to very heavily overstep its bounds. It was given guidance that, hey, you need to police these things. And then they, at some point, figured out that, hey, we can redefine terms of what things are. Like we're going to redefine to say, hey, well, we're going to consider this a handgun, but we're going to consider that not a handgun. We're going to rewrite how we classify things as opposed to allowing Congress to legislate on that stuff. But it's just not something that's that popular throughout the United States. Like there's not that many people that recognize like, hey man, if I put a can on the end of a 5.56, you're going to know that a gun was shot. You will know. Right. It's just now it's not going to blow your ears off and piss off your neighbors. Most people don't understand that. They think, oh, there's a suppressor on there. Now it's going to go, and then it's just like there's no sound. And yes, that exists with like a
subsonic
8.6, 8.6 blackout. You hear that thing? Quieter than a BB gun, hits like a 308. There is platforms that exist like that, but for the overwhelming majority, it's like, dude, you're gonna know it's a gun.
What is the majority of use in Texas? So, like the people that I know that use it are using it to be able to hunt and target practice on their land without pissing off the neighbors.
Yeah, 100%. That's most people I know with suppressed platforms. It's either, hey, I want to be able to play at the range and people not have to have ear protection, or I want to be able to hunt and not piss off my neighbors. Or hey, maybe I want to be drunk at midnight and be able to shoot some beer cans in my backyard without waking my neighbors up. You know, like
yeah, if you're in one of those indoor, ranges where they allow up bigger stuff, dude, even just a single pair of muffs is not enough. You need the little things inside your ears and then the muffs over the top of them because the whole fucking building shakes when somebody shoots a rifle in an indoor range. Even if you're just out there blasting off a 9 and someone next to you shoots a 44 mag, it's like 3 times louder. And then a rifle is like next level. So like I'm thinking in these scenarios, it must be like so much more tolerable in the indoor range with some kind of a silencer or suppressor.
Indoor and outdoor. I mean, both of them for the gas cyclers, like the 223, 308. Those are so loud and concussive that, like, whenever my brother-in-law comes and shoots here, I love that he got a suppressor because it's not abrasive's not the right word. Like, it's not assaulting. Like, you're sitting next to him and you're feeling it.
Nice.
You actually get the blast overpressure shockwave feeling the round go off. Yeah. Have you ever not something? There is a legal way to go about it, and I'll voice in that thing. But have you ever looked at the thread crossovers to go from the machine threads to the oil can threads?
No, I'm not familiar.
So there is a legal one, and I'm going to say that this is the one I'm talking about. There's obviously lots of ones that just is a thread crossover that you can buy off Amazon. But all it is it cross over the compensator threads, your machine threads, and then you screw that on there, and then it's an oil can thing, and you get yourself like a Fram oil can is typically the one. It's so large, it's like that. It's built with a bunch of baffles with holes in it. Mm-hmm. First round will basically make your barrel, and then an oil can for the rest of the time is your suppressor. There's a legal one though that piece, that adapter, is actually serialized like a suppressor, and it's meant for that, and it is legal.
How long is that meant to function?
Until you want to throw the oil can away. You run as many rounds as you want through it, and when it stops suppressing like you want, you throw it away.
I just
sounds like until you're done with the hit, and you throw it away.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like it's pretty legit though. Like I won't go into depth about how much I have used systems exactly like that, but literally it's just your compensator. Yeah, you put that on there. It's a bunch of baffles, slows the stuff down, does exactly what a suppressor does, and it'll still sound like a gunshot, but quieter.
See, I've never in my life heard a gun with a suppressor. I've heard a lot of guns without them, but in the old movies, I remember it was like a this weird
old
like
James Bond noise. Nah,
it
that's
was
not.
dumb. I mean, what is like RW? You said your cousin has like an AR style or 223,
Right.
5.6.
So that's he'll shoot. He presses his own, and he has pressed subsonic, and all you hear is the metal hit the target. That
Do you
there is
do
no
it
noise.
without ear protection?
There's no literally no ear protection. It's subsonic, so you're just sending it down the barrel, and you just hear plink. There's no noise.
If you know what you're doing with the right caliber, it can be like that. But generally, like if I just put a can at the end of a 5.56, it takes it from sounding like a 5.56 to make it sound like a 9mm.
22 Magnum.
It still sounds like a gunshot, 100%. But there is platforms and ways to go about it, and specifically with subsonic. This is why I mentioned the 8.6. If any of you are gun nerds, what the big issues with subsonic, you're trying to stay below the sound barrier, so there's no sonic boom. That prevents that crack. Right. But that also limits the amount of energy you can put into the bullet. Now, what they did with the 8.6 blackout is instead of putting energy to it by adding velocity, they added it into the turn rate. So they instead of having like a 4-in-1 turn rate, it's like a 22-in-1. So it spins ultra fast. There's much more energy, and the thing hits like a 308, but it sounds like a BB gun. That thing is just freaky.
So
if you're running
it actually
subsonic munition.
Is there a when the explosion of the charge goes off, it can somehow funnel that gas to spin it from different angles, or just from pushing behind it?
I'm not sure on the engineering. A lot of that goes into the rifling of the barrel. You create tighter.
But you're still
stuff.
pushing from behind in your traditional projectile.
Yeah, and it's not just an initial push whenever the thing goes off. With rifles, you have the progressive push of like, hey, there's a pressure buildup that is accelerating the entire time it's coming out the barrel. There's like, this is getting into kind of the engineering of how bullets and guns work, which I know an unfortunate amount about, but
right. That hence the reason why longer barrels performed way better than short barrels, and some of the short barrel stuff is actually kind of foolish. I don't know. Aside from the fact, like, yeah, I get it. If you're coming around a corner in a room full of insurgents, you might want a little short guy, because who cares? You can put holes in them from 10 feet, so it doesn't matter. But
the entire concept of the bullpup, like bullpup rifles are developed for that reason, to have the short barrels you can clear. But it also to circle back to the original point on the ATF, that there's a reason people are like, it's dumb that they regulate SBRs. SBR is a short-barreled rifle. It becomes an NFA item. If I put a barrel below a certain length on a gun, they have a problem with it, and I have to then regulate it.
Most likely for concealment.
I mean, that's the argument, but it's like, I'm literally making something less dangerous. You know, like
you're making it less dangerous, but you're making it more able to infiltrate.
No.
So I don't know. I can understand the argument, but a pistol is just as deadly anyway.
No.
And that actually, a bullpup would most likely be more accurate than a pistol, because it's got more length of barrel than the pistol.
For sure.
I don't know. I just before this dies off, I'm curious just to hear the panel agree or disagree with the Supreme Court ruling against Trump's tariffs, and then as well your reflection on Trump's sidestepping and increasing tariffs through another venue.
Which he just bumped up to 15.
Correct.
Which is the max allowable under the whatever fucking 0.122 provision from, I can't remember what the exact number is, but it gives him the ability to do that. I'll start. So I think I kind of am a constitutionalist, so I kind of wish he would stick a little more to the Constitution with things like tariffs, and I think he kind of, went around it, and I think that the Supreme Court felt that he did, and they stuck to what they perceived as the right way constitutionally. Interestingly, I know Last Dance is a fan of Thomas, but he dissented on this one. He was of the three.
Right.
which I always thought he was a constitutionalist. I don't know why he dissented.
I didn't read his dissent, but I'm sure it makes good points. I just, I think I was against the tariffs in the first place. I thought that the constitutional argument that he doesn't have that power was fairly good. But I find Gorsuch's opinion to be persuasive. But I have a lot of respect for Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh. So I'm sure it's a
are
close
they
call.
Trump sycophants? Is that why they did that?
No.
Well, then you think that it's based completely in legal constitutional opinion.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their own view of presidential powers. So yeah, I'll have to read the dissent to see what they say.
I've read portions of both the affirming and dissent arguments. One of the major ones with the affirming was it was basically outlining, hey, if this was a power that Congress intended to give to the president, it would very specifically be said so, as all stuff has been done in the past with tariffs. Anytime that Congress has said something about tariffs, they're very specific about, hey, there is these powers. It was kind of edging around vague rhetoric. And that was one of the major points between the people that basically passed it. One of the major points of the dissenting opinion was essentially how messy it is to deal with the refunds, which was kind of an issue. And it was like, hey, this the law doesn't specifically deny this ability, and it can be interpreted this way, so it should be allowed. But it was very kind of edgy argument, if you will. But one thing I will bring up that I haven't heard any news station or anybody talk about. Have you guys ever heard of Cantor Fitzgerald?
I have.
Yeah. So one of his major things is he's been buying up debt very substantially, and this is when it gets into the refund discussion. And this is where I wonder if it's going to play into like kind of a fucked up way of money laundering. Because we're talking about, I want to say it's in the neighborhood about $800 billion, something like 400 to 800 billion has been charged on these tariffs. That now they're discussing, hey, how do we give this back? Should we give it back? What? But Cantor Fitzgerald and also Howard Lutnick. Sorry.
Lutnick.
Yeah. He's the Secretary of Commerce. And he actually, one of his major companies is Lutnick Industries. And he's also, those two are very tied in. They're also both very tied in with Trump. And one of the big things that they do is present debt purchasing, to where they could say, they could go to other country corporations and stuff and say, hey, man, the American government owes you, whatever it is, $10 billion back. How about we'll cut you $4 billion right now, and then we own the rest of the debt and we'll handle everything. And that's going to be very appealing to a lot of organizations. It's just like, yeah, man, like that's money that could hit right now for our fiscal reports, and we can do this and that. But there's a boatload of money that can be moved around with this, and that's something that I have my eye on. That, I mean, no news media is talking about. Those two people very specifically, Cantor Fitzgerald and Howard Lutnick and his Lutnick Industries. That's what they do. That's what they're all about. That's what they've always done. And now there's a big pie on the table, $400 billion with a B. And it's like, man, that they could legitimately pocket like hundreds of billions of dollars off this thing, man.
Are you for the ruling?
The ruling, yes. I think that what Trump has been doing is extremely inappropriate in so many respects. And also it's economically stupid, in my opinion. You can't, like the economic industry, macroeconomics, you can absorb costs and you can absorb profits. You can deal with anything as long as you know what's going on. When day to day, it's like, oh, well, now the tariff's going to be 60%, and today it's only going to be 20, and tomorrow we're going to call that 50. You know, like that kind of stuff. You can't
Too
deal with
variable. I agree.
I had a buddy that went out of business down in Austin. He had there wasn't a large scale, but he was selling computers. He was buying them out of China, and he like his regular order was around $300,000 to $400,000, but he'd have to order it about 3 months in advance. You can't do that when you don't know how much that's going to cost, because if one day there's going to be 100% tariff on that, then now your $300,000 purchase is going to be $600,000. And then the next day, hey, now it's only going to be 20%. Okay, now that $300,000 is going to be, $400,000. You know, like a medium-sized business can't absorb those costs. Like it
doesn't remove free market, but it removes many people's ability to participate in free market because they can't afford their options.
Yeah. It creates a situation where the smaller guys aren't able to participate in the markets, and the bigger guys are like, hey, we can absorb the cost, we can write it off, we can pass it on, and we can stretch it out over a period of time. But I honestly think that part of it is intentional, and the way Trump was going about it, also to leverage other things.
Let me read a quick summary of the dissent by Thomas.
Okay.
It was centered on the plain language of the statute, emphasizing that Congress explicitly granted the president authority to regulate importation. In his dissent, Thomas noted, Congress authorized the president to regulate importation throughout American history. The authority to regulate importation has been understood to include the authority to impose duty on imports. In his dissent, Thomas maintained that President Trump acted within the authority Congress previously provided, the statute that the president relied on. Therefore, that authorized him to impose the duties on imports at issue in the first place in these cases. So, I guess he was just going on that.
Yeah, it's technically not against the letter of the law. Like that's kind of the major dissenting line. That and hey, it's messy to give refunds, which the fact that was mentioned, I kind of laughed at.
If my concern is that if we relent on the tariffs, are the other nations going to relent on their tariffs as well, or are we just then going to have a loss on the economic balance? Like, if the whole point of all these tariffs was to bottleneck world economy to play ball the way that the United States wanted them to play ball, and then the United States smacks itself on the wrist and says, no, you got to give all that money back and you got to play by their rules. What's going to happen in the end with that?
Well, you're not wrong. I guess the Supreme Court maybe weren't against it. They were just against the methodology and the abrupt nature of the president's decisions. I don't know that they're necessarily anti-tariff. I think they're anti-execution thereof. And that's all.
I think from the affirming position, I think a lot of it was just to say that, hey, this would be a power explicitly granted, not just kind of implied, and this kind of sort of covers by saying, hey, you can handle import stuff. And, that doesn't mean everything import. Like, that would be a very explicit, you have the power to handle all tariffs, and that should be a congressional power. I think that's a lot of where the decision leveraged on as far as the dissent.
So of course, I did a little research. I asked Google Gemini because I know there are other laws that authorize tariffs besides the one that Trump cited. The one that Trump used is the IEEPA, and that's what the court struck down. That law. IEEPA. But there is 122. There is another law, Section 301, that allows for retaliation against unfair, unreasonable, or discriminatory trade practices. And, that does require an investigation by the U.S. Trade Representative, presumably, who has to reach a determination that it is unfair or discriminatory. And that one has no cap on tariff rates. So, if what you're saying is that there are unfair tariffs or, discriminatory tariffs, then there are avenues for Trump to to impose tariffs of his own. It's just not up to his whim.
But it is in the current thing that he just did. He's now going to do a blanket tariff of 15%, because apparently there's other avenues for him to take.
There's many.
That one is from, I think, Section 122, which is the Trade Act of 1974, which addresses balance of payments or large trade deficits. It can be enacted without prior investigation, but it's capped at 15% and limited to 150 days, unless Congress extends it. So that must be the one he's using.
At the end of the day,
That's exactly what he's using. Yes.
At the end of the day, this is a cost that's being taken up by the consumer in the United States, correct?
Well, it's a cost that raises the cost of this from the supply side.
But they're not eating the cost; they're just raising the price, and the consumer's paying the cost.
It will certainly, in the short term, raise prices, and possibly, close to what the tariff is. In other words, something that's being tariffed at 15%, I'd expect the price to rise pretty high. Not necessarily as high as 15%, but 10% wouldn't surprise me at all.
The outcome then is that the United States would have to pick up the slack with its own supply and offer something that is more affordable.
And that takes a long time.
Right.
That's a long-term thing. And, if you want to me, Trump makes this just sound like it's his whim. He thinks that's a win, too. Oh, today it was 10%. I feel like I'm going to make it 15% tomorrow.
Right. There's a retail aspect to this where when they enacted a lot of these tariffs, prices went up at the grocery stores or the lumber yard nearly instantaneous. Mm-hmm. Now, when the tariffs are removed, the fucking price reductions are going to be very much delayed or possibly not even perceptible at all. So if Trump does this fucking tariff to one thing, now 150 days at 15%, then who knows what happens then? The buyers, the importers, we're not going to see anything. It's all going to be still expensive. In the end, I don't know what he's doing. I liked the spirit of it to even out trade. I knew there was some really fucked up things going on there. Obviously, if a country has, piss poor labor standards and they can work their people to the bone, not pay them anything, they can make stuff a lot cheaper and send it, to us, which we could never produce at that scale for that kind of money. Evening the playing field. Is it good for American industry? Yes, but it's probably not good for the American consumer.
I want to disagree with that because it's a gamble to any corporation that wants to then build and produce in America, do production in America. Because if the government switches in 4 or 8 years and gives China all the goodies again and the great trade deals, well, then all those companies that just invested are going to lose all the money because people will buy the cheap shit again.
Right.
And that's the economic uncertainty prospect of it.
Right.
The industry doesn't handle that.
I see it as a short-term redistribution of wealth more so. Taking all of the money, putting it into the government coffers, and then seeing what they do with it.
You make America great again is a slogan, but you can't make America be in 1925 again. And, the world is different. If you let's just take the computer example. You're buying $300,000 of computers now. All of a sudden, it's $600,000. Well, so yeah. Well, what do you suppose? Suppose that's something you pay. Are you going to be able to resell? Suppose you're adding value. You're taking these computers and making them into some kind of an embedded system. Those computers are a component. How are you going to sell these to Canada or to England or to Zambia, because you're competing against the whole world in the international market. And unless every other country is also enacting 100% tariffs, then manufacturers of the same widgets will just buy those Chinese computers for $300,000, and you won't be able to compete with them in the international market.
Right.
So there's just no way to have this kind of isolated island where you get to say, you're America, you get to say that I'll just raise the price on computers from China, and that means that American computer industry will take off, and the Chinese computer industry will suffer.
Is there any way to take our current situation? Sorry,
I was just going to say widgets. Nice
widgets, yes.
back to school reference. Rodney Dangerfield, right?
I didn't use widgets. I used computers but I was thinking widgets.
You said widgets.
Is there any way to take our current scenario and make it to the win? Like, is there some aspect of business that I just don't understand that they're actually are playing some type of 3D chess that's going to make them come out on top?
I have a theory with that. That a lot of what I've argued, even just this session, I think that Trump is doing extremely well for what his goals are. I just think his goals are not in line with what's best for the citizen. Like I said, we live in a corporatocracy. Yeah, what he's doing is excellent for corporations. He's creating volatility where they can jack prices up and justify a higher price, and then they have the excuse to do it where the optics play, and then they just don't lower the price, and everyone's like, oh well, that's just what it is. Hey, it's tariffs. It's not my fault that my company's making 200% over what we were making last year. It's just tariffs, and like that's a lot of it. I think it's very intentional. Also, it's shoving out competition, saying that, hey, the middle guys, the medium-sized companies, and the small companies, they can't compete in this market. No, now you have more of an oligopoly. You have more consolidated wealth. You have less competition in the market to where they can set prices more. They can have higher profits, which at the end of the day, hey, in America, it's like 95% of the stock market's owned by like 10% of the population. That doesn't benefit the American.
Does the industrial military complex come out on top in that model?
I don't think so. I think that's a separate thing. There's not much good for them.
It's not like it's making our military more powerful by what we're doing, besides being able to gather more tax and use it towards military.
Yeah, our military industry is one of the few things that America does isolated in America. We don't really outsource that much. Like America's industry is very heavy in that direction. We don't need to develop better with that. Everyone comes to us to buy military shit. We have the cutting edge. We are the experts in that.
But I wonder, that doesn't go down to circuit boards and wiring harnesses and shit, does it?
A little bit. One of the biggest ones, DRAM, if you're tracking on that thing, there's been a very heavy arms race. One of the biggest problems, like what's the largest company on the planet right now? It's NVIDIA. They make DRAM and video cards. And
is it that company that the Larry Ellison owns? One of those? Oracle? Something
That's
like
Oracle.
that?
I think.
Well, there might be a larger conglomerate, but as far as an individual company, I believe NVIDIA is the largest on the planet. I believe. I could be wrong. But one of the major issues is right now there's only 3 large-scale DRAM video suppliers on the planet. Previously, there was only 2. It was maybe the NVIDIA. They were competing against Asus or whatever the hell. And but the third one that stepped in was the Chinese one that they did. And they had an entire program that said, "Hey, come hell or high water." Weird Chinese saying something like, "Even if we have to break all of the pots, we will make this happen." I don't know culturally. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from culturally, but yeah, they started making DRAM. Right now, they're only like 2 generations behind what the other guys can do. But that's been the largest bottleneck in the progression of like AI and everything. And like if you look at the majority of the progression for the America's GDP, I think it's about 5 to 6% of America's GDP is based on or the growth in its GDP over the last couple of years has been based on specifically the AI industry and its associated things, but it's been on controlling that. And at the same time, you look at the prices of DRAM and stuff's gone up like 300% in the last, like year. Like it's wild increases. Huge arms race with that. Massive arms race and the availability of DRAM and what's going in that direction.
That's wild, yo.
It's I could give you some articles on that. There's Gamers Nexus Consumer Protection. I'd highly recommend on really diving into that. That dude went to some extreme lengths as a journalist, really unpacking what's going on there.
No war yet, boys. Looks like no war tonight.
You're just scrolling.
Oh, for Iran?
Yeah. I thought maybe we'd get a Saturday night pub war, but
I mean, this weekend isn't over yet, so there's one news article that popped up. I'm curious if you guys saw it. The 11-year-old that was charged as an adult for shooting his adoptive father.
I did see something about that.
I like it.
The father took away his Nintendo Switch, and when he was looking in the closet for Nintendo Switch, he found the keys to the gun safe and went into his dad's bedroom and just took him out.
Okay.
That's horrible.
So, I mean,
at 11, he knew what the fuck he was doing, though. I mean,
that's insane.
It's horrible. Yeah. It's horrible. He understood what killing was at that age.
Yeah. I don't look forward to seeing more stories like that, but I'm curious to see, like, there's a controversial thing where people want to bring back insane asylums. I don't want to have like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or How to Kill a Mockingbird, the one where they like lobotomize his ass in the end. Like, I don't want to have a scenario where
one flew over. Yeah, One Flew Over. You got it.
I don't want to have a situation where the state can say, "Oh, you're insane. We're going to send you to this place where we're going to feed you a cocktail of drugs and take parts of your brain out." Like, I don't want that. But
it does exist already. What are you talking about?
It seems like they want to bring back larger volumes of facilities to house people because
I think
people see a trend in mental illness increasing.
I would honestly support that existing for the simple fact that we've basically offset that function with jails. Like right now, jails have become the place where we send our mentally insane. Like the people that are doing this stuff. Whenever you have your crackhead walking down the street, fucking rambling to themselves about the aliens that are gonna cut them open and stick a probe in them and whatever. Like I see this shit all the time. We end up just shoving them into the jail system, and that doesn't really do them any favors. It would make more sense to have a greater focus on mental health treatment that's actually designed for that, and less like, hey, yes, you're a fuck up, but is that because you're just a bad person, or maybe you have some issues that need a different focus of care?
So you're for putting infrastructure back in to have facilities that house people that are not so much criminal, but is it that they're not safe towards society?
Yeah, that's the kicker. I think there's a mix. I think that these facilities should be we're trying to get the people off the streets, like this fucking psychopath that did the thing I showed in the Rhode Island movie theater hockey game earlier, where he's fucking crazy, dude. Firstly, he shouldn't be on the street. Secondly, he shouldn't have you know what? I mean, Jesus Christ.
How do you flag them though? How do you flag them for these facilities?
Well, maybe the people he killed, his ex-wife and son, might have said, this guy is not well. And if you saw the video, there was another person outside the theater afterwards that was either his daughter or a close friend of the family saying, like, yeah, this is the guy, he killed my family. She seemed odd, like a little crazy, but she knew that he was nuts and that it was him who killed the people there. Maybe the people that he killed knew he was crazy and were probably scared for their lives. So maybe what did it used to be? It was the title of the first Van Halen album with Sammy Hagar. When it was a code from California, 5150. When you like put that on somebody, they like locked them up in an insane asylum for like 72 hours or something like that.
I mean,
there's hope.
I can see it as a net positive if we're going to have a very fair system that's going to be able to pick up people that actually need to be in there. And it's not just like this thing where your neighbor daubs on you and they come and grab you and throw you in the van and send you to the asylum for a while and drug your ass. Like I don't trust society. I want society to have the ability to have these facilities to help them. But I also don't trust society because I don't want Karen the ability to get anybody admitted.
So I would ask her, do you understand what currently exists?
I do not have a good understanding besides the fact that we aren't.
All right, who won? Who
admitting
won
many
Topple?
people.
Did Strickland win? But continue, guys. Now,
Okay, so yeah, if I could unpack this kind of quickly, like I will say, there was a time that I self-admitted to get acute psychiatric hospitalization. Now, what that was is I was in a very dark place in my life, struggling with PTSD, hadn't gotten help, and I basically went into a hospital. I was like, dude, y'all need to put me somewhere. I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out. Like, that's what it is. They put me somewhere because I self-admitted, wasn't a problem. It was voluntary. Went through the process. Everything was cool. That's one thing. But
So what
also,
facility?
that was specifically something called 94B. It was with the VA. So it was through Veterans Care. I was like, dude, my PTSD is getting a little bit too bad. They shipped me in an ambulance up to Waco. There's a place called 94B at the Waco facility. I could go into depth on it, but it doesn't
But
matter.
it's basically a very specific insane asylum, quote unquote.
Well, yes, but one of the things with that though is that once I was committed, I was able to go out. Like I could say, hey man, I'm not about this anymore. I'm no longer consensually here. But at that point, they would have to have a professional make a judgment and be like, is this due to danger to himself or others or not? And that professional thing does exist. It also exists if for whatever reason you end up in an ER room because you ran somebody over or whatever the hell. They could look at you and have a medical professional say, hey dude, I think this guy's got a couple screws loose. He needs to be evaluated. And then involuntarily, they could evaluate you and be like, we think that you're a risk to yourself. And what they always ask, are you willing to go to this facility? And if you say no, they can in turn decide to declare you incompetent. Mentally incompetent is the term, and they will commit you. And once you're committed, you don't have much say. On the criminal side, this also exists. That's what they call the competent stand trial, all that kind of thing. A lot of people think that, oh, you got off for insanity, you're cool. That ain't getting off, man. That just means instead of going to jail, now you're going to go to a state mental hospital until they decide that you are no longer a threat to society.
And so then you can go to jail?
No. If you're not mentally competent, you don't go to jail at all. But it's honestly, those mental state facilities are much more restrictive than a jail, because a jail is just like, hey, you made some mistakes, you're a competent person. Whereas those facilities is like, dude, you're fucked in the head. We don't know what you're gonna do. Welcome to the padded room, you know.
Right.
But all these things already exist. It's just a question of what scale and how they're implemented. I agree with you about preventing red flag laws. I do not agree with that process, but I also I do think it would be a positive thing for us to stop shoving our mentally ill people into jails and treating that like, oh, that's what we do with them because they're problematic.
But to your understanding, we already have enough facilities?
No, nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. Not even close. Not
Do you believe that society is trending towards more mental ill per capita?
Yeah, yes and no. I think that society has a problem with allowing mental illness to progress in ways that it didn't before. Because this is something I've talked about. Like my buddy, he's a bandito. He just got out of doing like I don't know, 2 years or something in prison. But one of the things he brought up is like the crazy people in jail, they mind their P's and Q's to a degree. You know, they're not gonna. Yes, they're fucked in the head, but they're gonna actually fit in to a degree because they know if they fuck around, people aren't going to care that, hey, you got this screwed up thing. They're going to get stabbed or beat up or killed or whatever happens to them. But this is something that we mess up very badly in society, is we kind of enable mental health issues, saying that like, oh, well, it's not your fault you're being a complete dickhead. You know, you have this mental health problem. It's your PTSD, it's your bipolar, it's your whatever the hell. And people don't even try to regulate that. They just do this shit. And then afterwards it's like, yeah, bitch, I'm crazy. So deal with it, you know? And then society is just like, oh, you know, we do. So we kind of enable that mental health issue. And I think that makes people go more down that road as opposed to seeking help where they get to a line like, hey, I got to fix my stuff. It's like, oh no, I can be as fucked up as I want to be. And it's okay. Society's just going to have to deal with me.
Okay, and this is, I know they want to wrap this up because I can see they're getting tired and it's late. My last question is towards my friend that is a vet, and he went to the doctor, and then he found out he got all these massive bills in the process, and so now he's got to figure out what's going on. He looked into his insurance because he thought when he got out of the military that he was covered with the insurance called U.S. Family Health Plan. And it turns out, after he asked some buddies, that only covers him for a year, and he was meant to then go and figure something else out after that period of time to be covered. So he's trying to figure out what to do now with Veteran Affairs to be able to finish getting his fixed because he broke it.
So he is service connected or not?
Yeah, he's a vet from I think it was Iraq. I'd have to go back and ask him what it was, but
if you throw me his info, I'll line him out with his direction. Like I do this. I'm a very high level expert in veterans affairs issues and veterans benefits. But he needs to be service connected. It could even be 0%. Once you're 0%, all treatment for the service related condition. It's got to be free. There's also relief structures that exist if he internally needs health care.
Service related means he was injured in service.
Or corollary to service. Generally speaking, the VA will cover anything that results from the treatment that the VA gives you.
Not laughing at the VA, Topple.
Oh, and I will also respond to Cup of Tea. I was insane and still have guns. I was not insane. I was just depressed and going to blow my brains out. I was never insane. I mean, unless you call being that level of fucked up in your head insane. But yes, I'm completely allowed to have guns because it was voluntary psychiatric hospitalization, not involuntary. I mean, that's why I got this guy right here. Hey.
Sweet. Right on.
But no, 100%. If you just get him in contact with me, I'll line him out some stuff. I do this all the time.
Doing it now.
So I did want to, I've been trying to do this for weeks now, but because I thought it was a little amazing, I did want to bring a update on an airplane crash that was kind of there was an amazing video of it. The Jeju air crash in South Korea from, I don't know, more than a year ago now.
Jeju?
Jeju. Jeju.
What is the country?
South Korea.
That's the airline origin?
That's the name of the airline, yes.
Huh. Okay, got it.
It's been leaked. I'm not sure if it's been officially released, but that they shut down the wrong engine, which is why the aircraft had basically no power.
So would they have a failure or a fire and they shut down the other one?
Yes.
Oh my
God. Wait, what plane was this? When was this?
When was the air crash?
The one that we watched do the fireball at the end and that kind of hit
it was
civilians?
December 29th, 2024.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're thinking of the UPS one, RW.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, no, this is the one that hit like the concrete structure at the end of the runway. And
looked like a retaining wall, maybe?
It was a retaining wall. It was a base for the localizer antenna to hold the localizer antenna array.
So they're saying that the pilot effed up?
Yeah, they flew through a flock of birds, and the right engine was damaged. And you could even there's even a video that shows the moment when the right engine appears to ingest the bird. They then turned off the left engine. The right engine was not working well enough to generate power. The left engine was generating power. It might have been damaged, but didn't appear to be damaged that badly. And they ended up turning off the left engine, so they had no power, which meant they could not get flaps or slats, no flaps or slats, no spoilers, and no landing gear, because they didn't have enough time to do the manual landing gear extension.
So all the hydraulics run off of the turbine of the engine?
The hydraulics run off of I don't know if they run off of electrical generators from the engine or they run off of bleed air from the engine, but whatever it took, they couldn't run. The hydraulics didn't function.
Either way, it's sort of like the alternator from a car. It steals a little power to run other systems, keep the car running. So without it, whether it's from the bleed air or from generators or all, whatever, when you shut both of them down, and how high were they? 12 fucking feet? I mean, it was like,
they were high enough.
So if they had done things they would have lived if they had executed it flawlessly.
Oh, I think so, for sure.
Oh man, that's a tough break.
Yeah.
I mean, the plane can fly on one engine. It could climb on one engine. It certainly can land, and many aircraft, two-engine aircraft, have landed on one engine. But one of the funny things is that kind of shows kind of a weakness in international air crews using English as their language to communicate in an emergencies, is shutting down the wrong engine has happened enough that it's very well known as a thing you absolutely have to avoid in an emergency.
Right.
So the checklist for shutting down the engine, you're supposed to, the pilot is supposed to, or the co-pilot, depending on who's the pilot monitoring, is supposed to read off the checklist items, and the other guy confirms them. And the checklist says auto throttle, and you're supposed to, and the captain is, whoever's flying, says auto throttle, and the pilot and the guy reading it says disengage, and then the other person says disengage. The second step is thrust lever, and then in parentheses it says affected engine. Now what you're supposed to do is say thrust lever, engine number 1 or number 2. In this case, it should have been thrust lever. You're supposed to say thrust lever, engine number 2. Say the number of the engine, but the checklist says affected engine there. You're supposed to insert the engine number. Well, the co-pilot read thrust lever, affected engine, instead of saying engine number 2. And so, and there's two other checklist items where the word in the checklist says affected engine, and you're supposed to say the number of the engine, and neither pilot said the number of the engine. So the pilot that turned off the engine actually turned off the wrong engine, and it's not clear if they ever knew. But they completely missed the chance for the one pilot to confirm that the other pilot was turning off the correct engine.
And you just made a good point about the English thing. I want to, when you're done, transition to the truck driving thing.
I'm done.
So did you hear about the new rules for CDL?
No.
Any of you guys?
No, I'm news to me.
So non-U.S. citizens will be ineligible for CDLs unless they meet strict regulations, such as providing an unexpired foreign passport and form to provide lawful presence in the country, so they can't be illegal. And now all the CDL exams must be administered in English, and states are required to disqualify drivers who fail to meet federal English proficiency standards. Agree or disagree with those things?
I think that seems like basic safety.
Yeah,
I agree. It's honestly, it's something I like about Australians' immigration policy. It's the idea that they say, hey, you're free to come to our country. If you're going to come here, you're going to speak our fucking language and you're going to adopt our culture. They're very integrative. Like you can come to our country, but you're going to be a part of what we got going on. And I do like that America has the melting pot thing, but I do wish that they did push the language issue, just again for the safety issues. When you have people driving around that can't even say the same stuff, yeah, it's easier now. You can have a translation app and everything, but I'm like that creates a lot of problems.
But still, in Australia, if you're international and you're visiting, you can have your international driver's license like shifted to Australia for your stay there, and you can drive with your international driver's license. So
How about a truck?
That would be commercial. I don't know anything more.
That's
than
what I was talking about. CDL is commercial driver's license.
I'm curious if they're actually going to enforce that though, because already that industry is extremely predatory. Like, I've had this conversation with a couple people over the last 2 years or so.
All right, Topples. Sorry you couldn't make it on.
Peace.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah, but like there was essentially a lot of the companies try to declare people as owner operators, and they'll say, hey, you're going to come work for us and you're going to be an owner operator. You don't own shit. We own the vehicle, but we're going to rent it to you, and you're responsible for all of this and that and the other. And at the end of it, they end up driving around all over the place, and they make less than they would if they worked at McDonald's.
Does this relate though to the foreign guys that tried to do a U-turn on the highway and killed a bunch of people with their truck?
Yes, 100%.
Well, there's a lot of that, but it's like that industry is desperate for people at this point, and it's an industry that has some of the lowest retention rate of any industry in America. But the reason for it is that all of the companies turned in a very predatory model and started really preying on the people to say, we're going to take away all of your rights. You're not going to be an employee. You're going to be an owner operator, independent contractor, renting a vehicle from us, taking all the liability yourself, and screw you. So now the people that are willing to do it is like illegal immigrants.
Right.
And, but like, I get that the law makes a lot of sense to me, but I do question if the industry can absorb that, because they're actually going to have to start paying truck drivers. Companies don't like doing that. They don't actually like having to pay for things whenever they haven't had to in years. You know, like it's been decades they've been able to do what they've been doing.
This is slightly related. The boat that hit the Francis Scott Key Bridge, what's it called? Sorry,
Sounds like spelled
The MV something or other. I can't remember.
Yeah, I had it up here a second ago, but I was looking at who's paying for that, and the United States government is paying for 90% of that. They got there was a federal lawsuit that made the ship owner operator, Grace Ocean Private Ltd, pay $102 million, but that basically just kind of covered the cleanup, and they're expecting the build out to cost up to over $2 billion. So I'm curious to see, because they're still in litigation, how much the insurance company is going to fork out for this one, because they're saying it has the potential for being the largest marine insurance claim ever. I don't know how long litigation will go for on that one, but do you guys think that the insurance company is going to foot the bill, or is it going to be just a fraction in the United States then?
Well, I don't know who the insurance company is, but if they're not, if they don't have $2 billion lying around, they'll probably just declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, so they'll go solvent. Yeah, this is the thing with the bridge, right?
Yeah,
the Baltimore Bridge, yeah.
And I mean, 100% they should be liable, but it's something I very heavily disagreed with is the subsidization of insurance companies, and it's something that specifically California that like last time they were bitching about like, oh, there's this wildfire, to making a big issue out of it. I'm like, dude, it happens every single year to that scale. It's not the biggest deal, but this is the first year that they had Trump had gutted some of the payment from FEMA, and the Fed wasn't going to subsidize them and pay for their costs. That's why they were freaking out about it. It's now that the California government had to put that bill, now it was a problem. But I mean, there's some costs you can't insulate for. $2 billion to build an entire bridge, like that's
It seems like these litigations that they're still scheduling for June of this year with the U.S. District Court is liability limits. So how much is fair for an insurance company to pay out for something? Like to me, it would be whatever the max they can cover is that they are covered for.
Well, it's not though, because there's some requirement on the company to, if the company hires complete shitbag employees, is it up to the insurance company to know the quality and standard of each employee that's hired, or is it up to the company to maintain a high standard of employee? So if they had some guys who were not good captains who fucked up, then if the insurance company can prove that they were incompetent, then it's not on the insurance company, it's on the company that hired them.
Would the wire issue, last dance, be considered incompetence, or
Yes.
it would
I
be?
mean, it would be certain, incompetence, negligence, however you want to say it. Plus, it wasn't like that was the first indication that there was a problem.
I would say from my personal experience, like just to bring up, I had a buddy that got fired from Boeing. He got a job because he networked his way in there, and he was building aircraft for Boeing. And one day, after he was already working there for like a year and a half, he's making great money, everything's going cool. He's in a smoke pit. They're all smoking, a little bit of time off, whatever the hell. And all of them start talking about where they went for engineering school. And at some point, he's like, wait, all of you guys are engineers? And then everyone's like, wait, you're not an engineer? And this is what got him fired. But the reason it got him fired is because for Boeing to have their insurance, that was one of the requirements, that all of the employees had to be at, have whatever bachelor's degree in engineering or whatever. But that's something that ties into the situation is yes, 100% the liability that the insurance company chooses to take on is on the insurance company, but it's on them to manage that and on them to set the limitations and say, hey, these standards have to be met. Under these situations, we will pay out. That's how you establish your contracts. And whatever they established, they should be held for 100% of. If they didn't establish limitations, I'd say fuck them. Let them go solvent. Let them go completely fucking bankrupt, not doing the stuff. And in the future, control your negotiations and don't say we're going to pay an unlimited amount if anything happens. So no, instead say, hey, your employees have to meet these standards and whatever, which is exactly what insurance companies do. It sounds like they fucked up, didn't do it right. Now they want to argue in a court that, hey, we screwed up, but we shouldn't be held accountable for screwing up.
I guess I'm just curious, so I'm asking quickly, how much wealth do these companies have? So if these companies have the wealth to cover the cost, then the court case will be between them and their insurance company. If the insurance company doesn't cover them because of negligence, I'm just curious if they have the ability to cover even any of the cost.
Maybe if they have oil tankers, maybe. I don't know how much money is in logistics on that point.
I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that it is the ship company that gets sued.
Right.
And then if their insurer doesn't pay, then I think they have to sue their insurer. I don't think
fair.
I don't think the people suing the ship company have to sue the insurer.
I think that's absolutely appropriate, yeah. But it sounds like the insurer is approaching the government asking for what they call stays, to say like, hey, we have a stay. We think it's unreasonable and there should be a limitation on payout.
So the company that owned the Dolly, the Grace Ocean Private Limited, they don't have a public source for their wealth, but the Dolly was worth $90 million pre-incident,
and they have about 59 vessels in operation. So they would have to liquidate their company, but they probably have $2 billion to deal with the situation.
At least if you include assets like ships and their whatever cash they have.
Yeah, right. So I mean, it'll probably completely wipe them as a company, but maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. It's
Maybe
definitely going to do major
bridges.
hurt to shipping lanes, but
Yeah, even if their insurer can't pay everything, maybe they work out an agreement, with the insurer to you pay what you can and we'll absorb the rest out of our own cash. Maybe we'll have to sell some ships. That way we'll all stay in business. You never know what's going to happen.
I mean, it's not fair for the United States taxpayer to pay for that company's mistake, correct?
100%.
Or is it an act of chaos that they really couldn't have helped and it just happened?
They're making money. Their negligence caused the issue. They should pay for all of it. Like I'm very unsympathetic to that. One of the things, so in contract law, the contract law class that I took, there's a phrase called the meeting of the minds. And that's one of the biggest things in contracts is there's an understanding, both parties understand the agreement that they're into.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the core principal factor that's going to be argued by the insurance company for limitations to say, hey, there was not a reasonable meeting of the minds that we would pay $2 billion. There was a reasonable meeting of the minds that we would pay $90 million for the ship. You know, or maybe you hit a more expensive ship. Maybe you hit a $200 million ship. That was a reasonable assumption. You hitting a $2 billion bridge, there was not a reasonable meeting of the minds on that subject. So
I'm not even
that's going to
sure.
be the core stuff. Sorry.
I'm not even sure that they're entitled to the cost of a replacement bridge. You might argue that they're entitled to whatever value the existing bridge had. It was a pretty old bridge.
Yeah.
Just like a car, it's not as valuable after 30 years or 40 years as it was when it was new. So I have no idea how you value bridges, but
well, if you value its value, like its value to Baltimore was the ability to get from A to B very quickly for a certain group of people. So to them, I would think that it has to be operable for it to have that old value. I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Well, giant bridges aren't commercially made. It's not like you could see what bridges go for on Amazon. So there's no.
And if the government's building it, it's going to be so expensive.
Yeah. So definitely what the state of Maryland or whoever's suing is entitled to is going to be a difficult question alone to settle.
Yeah, fair point.
What's this
Mark.
now?
Trying to figure out if the ship that hit the bridge should be paying the full bill and what that bill should even be. Like he's arguing, is it how do you find that cost? Like is it the depreciated cost of the bridge when it was knocked down, or my question is, are they liable to pay for the absolute cleanup and fit out of a new bridge?
Well, did they figure out was it a maintenance issue? Did you guys go over that caused the ship to stall?
Yeah, I mean, it was a single wire had the insulation was incorrectly. It went too far down. The wires that they use are supposed to have like this much bare wire, and then the insulation starts.
So what was the connection? Was it a wire nut? Was it a terminal connection? Do you know?
It was a loose signal wire.
It was a clamp. It was some kind of a clamp connection. But
so probably like a terminal type connection where the wire slides in and something clamps down on it.
Exactly.
Whether it's a screw, spring loaded, whatever it might have been.
And instead of clamping down on metal, because the insulation went too far down, it clamped down on the insulation, which made the connection. Apparently there was some, metal was touching, but the connection wasn't good enough because too much of the insulation was being clamp down on instead
Wow.
of the.
I mean, if you fuck up like that with an outlet, yeah, you could cause a fire. So I mean, that's why electricians are paid well, because they're not supposed to fuck up, and they also assume liability if they fuck up the wiring of a house, and then they're liable for the damages because they have a license. So I mean, in that sense, if you apply building codes and things of that to the maritime, then whoever did that construction, that engineering of that, whatever wiring is
Yep.
liable. And
Right. I sue the ship company. The ship company, then they're going to do everything they can to sue somebody else downstream and or get their insurer to pay. So,
right. In the end, you'll get, if you're lucky, like 1% of the cost of the new bridge, because this thing's going to be billions of dollars. And
yeah, I don't think anybody's expecting to get any money back. That's why the money to build a new bridge has already been appropriated, I believe.
How much from the feds?
A huge amount. What did you say, 90%?
I mean, I would guess, but because they're doing the Cape Cod Canal bridges here, and that's with a lot of federal money too. And then Trump started feigning about fucking pulling, funding to liberal states, which I found to be.
Well, that's my state. So maybe he's gonna mess around with the bridge funding. I don't know.
I very much dislike the pattern where the states always look to the Fed and be like, "Hey, you're going to solve our problem for us, right?" Like I feel like states should figure out their own shit. There's a reason that Texas actually has a massive fund of money that's reserved to where we make money. We don't spend that money. We have a massive cash reserve stored up to be like, hey, if a disaster does happen, if Texas gets an earthquake or catches on fire, we could handle our own shit. Yes, it would be nice if the Fed stepped in, but we could handle our own shit. And you have all these other places like California that just want to come in with their pockets out and be like, oh, well, there's a disaster and people are suffering. You got to do something. And it's like, why are you not fiscally responsible? You're blowing your money on stuff and not saving up for a rainy day. You should have a rainy day fund.
Of course. And we do here in the state. I guess the Cape Cod canals are on interstates, which is a federal, but that's kind of irrelevant. They're also on the Cape Cod Canal was built by the Army Corps, cut into the earth by the Army Corps of Engineers. And a lot of these older bridges and projects were done by the Army Corps of Engineers. So when they were originally done, they would have been funded almost entirely by the feds. But you're right in that over the transition of time, you would think that would go to completely on the states.
Yeah, but who benefits? I'll use my own bridge. Who benefits from the Key Bridge? It's almost, is it someone from California? Someone from Washington State? No, it's almost 100% Marylanders. In fact, it's really almost 100% Marylanders who live in and around the Baltimore area. So
Sure.
it's one of those things where, it just, the only reason you would ever agree if you're a Congress to somehow fund this bridge is because you, the congressman from California, expects the congressman from Maryland to agree when the time comes to fund that a federal government funding some California bridge or some California infrastructure project that really only benefits Californians.
Yeah. There is a benefit to the Fed, though. A lot of the infrastructure packages that the Fed gives to states come with requirements by the state for the state to give up certain ones of their rights and such. This is something I came across whenever they did a bill. The Fed was trying to give a bunch of free rifles and bulletproof vests and converted MRAPs and whatnot to the state. and Texas is the only state that rejected it. Every other state in the union took this thing where they get all these free vests and stuff, but it was because they came with all these stipulations of, hey, you're going to give up these rights as a state. And Texas is like, no, we'll buy our own guns and our own vests, and we're going to keep our fucking rights. Fuck you.
The Trojan horse.
Yeah, but that's how a lot of it goes, though. Whenever you get these kind of plans, like, hey, we're going to build you this infrastructure and make you this bridge and da-da-da-da, but you're going to give this up. And there's a reason that, like, Texas actually is the only state in the union that owns its own coast. We own 10 miles out all the way to our own coast. Every other state in the country, if they have ocean water, they only own 2 miles out. The rest of it's federal land.
Is there a repercussion that the Coast Guard won't operate there then?
Nope.
Okay.
Coast Guard operates on inland waters as well as federal water. So,
You want to know what's funny? The state of Maryland has a fund that they have. They have cash. That's called a rainy day fund. That's just there for emergencies, and it's got $2.2 billion in it, just enough for a new
just
bridge.
so happens.
But it's going to be paid for mostly by the federal government. So,
has anyone in Maryland checked that vault lately?
oh, of course.
well, we have a good sized one here in Massachusetts too, and at a time when the government was shut down, however many months ago that was, Maura Healey would not dip into it to provide food stamps to the poor people of Massachusetts who couldn't feed themselves, because she didn't want to take, like, it would have been like 6 or 7% of the rainy day fund to fund a month. Not a big deal. But if she had given in and funded that, then in her mind, I feel like she was giving into the MAGA movement, and
Exactly.
it's so fucking stupid because she's willing to, like, give equal time to illegals as to, like, legitimate poor families who can't find housing here. So if you're on a list, the illegal family, if they were on the list before you and you're a state resident and an American citizen, they could get the house before you here in Massachusetts, or whatever transitional type of housing it might be. Like, that was part of her thing. So she doesn't really care about citizens of the country or residents of the state. It's basically, fuck you. I'm not going to give you food for this month, you poor people, because it would mean somehow I'm agreeing with the MAGA and Trump and I'm giving in. So,
the political calculation is that starving poor people is a great image for TV and people will blame the Trump administration. That's the political calculation.
So starving literally her voters.
Starving her voters, but it will help the Democratic Party. Now that's a gamble, right?
Yeah.
Now, usually government shutdowns are blamed on the Republicans. I don't know, for this one probably was too, but I don't know that it was as lopsided as previous ones were.
I agree. And I heard a lot of them saying when they gave up, they pussied out. They're fucking wimps. They should have held their ground. Like, people wanted them to keep the government shut down, to stand up against MAGA.
Yep.
It's one of the things I'm very critical on. I feel that both sides intentionally sabotage the government in order to leverage their position, especially whenever it comes down to, like, the government shutdowns. It's like they want to have more of a problem to where the other side says, hey, this is so much of a problem. Fine, we'll give you your shit that you don't have the votes for. The democratic process is not in line with, but we will give you this because you're throwing so much of a fit.
Exactly. Placate the masses, and that's it. Bullshit.
Yeah, it's a really ugly thing, and honestly, I feel like that should be charged with treason with people that are in political office. If you're going to act against the interests of citizens, intentionally causing harm to shove through your political agenda, you should be charged with treason and shot. That's my opinion.
Interesting.
Well, dude, I'm a little peaked.
12:05.
Tired.
Made it to Sunday.
Hey, if you guys have time, you can go to New York City for the blizzard and shovel snow. You just need to make sure that you show them ID, or else
Smokestead's probably going to get worse than New York City.
Well, if we want to go down there, we'll shovel off areas for them to lay their prey mats in an easterly direction, right, men?
Well done, sir.
That was pretty smooth, man. That was.
Back in the day, we went down there to maybe help and save people in 9/11 and try to help with the recovery. Now we'll help with the shoveling for. It's a whole different world, isn't it? Anyways,
thank you for hosting
the world. All right, let's call it a night, and if anyone else happens to be streaming, I'll see you there.
All right. Good luck with the snowstorm. Take care, buddy.
Thanks,
Chat. Thanks, panel. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, and thank you for having me.
Anytime. Be well. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to do a little bit of music. Oh, man. Let's fix the settings. I didn't have background noise reduced. Dope. All right, you can probably hear everything now. I'm going to do a little... Good night, everybody.